If you'd put $1,000 in Apple stock 10 years ago, today you'd have over 1 million. Wait, this is a wrong script. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. I'm Adrian, and today I'll show you how to build a real-time stock market application. It won't make you rich overnight, but it'll give you massive returns on your time investment. Skills that you can use in your own projects right away. Here's what you'll build: secure email and password authentication, a stock dashboard with live prices streaming faster than a day trader's heartbeat, interactive candlestick charts, and smart filters for blue chips or hot startups, a powerful search feature to help you find the best stocks, watchlist and alerts with personalized stocks. You can set price or volume triggers and send instant email alerts, daily summaries with personalized stocks. You choose which stocks you want to get notified about, and you'll get a daily email alerting you when the market shifts. Company insights covering financials, analyst ratings, and news sentiment all in one place, so your users know why a stock jumps before it trends on Twitter. AI workflows that deliver daily digests, earnings summaries, and personalized insights, and plenty more features along the way. You're building all this with some of the best in-demand tools in modern development. Next.js 15 for lightning-fast applications. And if you want to go deeper into mastering Next.js, check out the Ultimate Next.js course. The link is in the description. ShadCN plus Tailwind for sleek professional UI, BetterAuth to secure authentication, MongoDB for flexible data handling, Inngest for real-time workflows and AI-powered automation that can scale to millions of users, CodeRabbit for making sure your code is clean and production-worthy, all written in TypeScript so everything stays clean, reliable, and production-ready. So, what's there to wait for? While everyone else is chasing the next hot stock, you'll learn how to build the app that they all check those stocks on. Before we dive in, let's quickly set up the tools we'll use to build this amazing application. Inngest. We'll use it to handle real-time workflows, triggers, and AI-powered notifications. Click the link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and then sign up by creating an account with GitHub, Google, or just your email. After that, CodeRabbit. We'll use it for AI-powered code reviews and PR automation. Click the CodeRabbit link down in the description, click Get a Free Trial, and sign up. That's it. You're good to go, and very soon we'll be able to use these tools to make our development that much smoother. Let's dive right into developing our stock market application. We've got a lot to cover, so trust me, this'll be an interesting one. For this app, we'll use the latest stack, React and Next.js, the React framework for the web, used by some of the world's largest companies, enabling you to create high-quality web applications with React components. You can get started quickly by copying the npx create next app add latest and pasting it into your terminal. Throughout this course, I'll also be using WebStorm. It's a powerful IDE that, as of recently, became completely free for non-commercial use. That means that typically only companies that had big budgets were able to afford using all the benefits that it provides, but now you can also use it to develop your own projects. I'll leave the link down in the description in case you want to download it. And then baked right into WebStorm, there's Junie, your smart coding agent. We'll use it throughout this course to optimize our workflows. It'll allow us to quickly get started, discover some new solutions, or just propose an execution plan for a specific task. I'll also leave the download link in the description so you can very easily just add it to your WebStorm. And with that, we are ready to get started. I'll go ahead and create a new project using WebStorm's interface, but feel free to just create a new project on your own if you don't have it. In this case, it allows me to immediately choose from one of the frameworks, so I'll proceed with Next.js. And you can see that the only thing this will do is it'll run the same npx create next app, but not add latest, but it'll install a specific version of Next.js. So if you want to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, you can type create next app at 15.5.2. And this will be a TypeScript project as well. You can call the folder something like stocks app and create. Now, it's possible that your installer will ask you a couple of questions. In this case, we can use ESLint as the linter. We'll definitely also want to use Tailwind CSS for styling. No need to use a source directory. We will use the app router. TurboPack, that's another big yes. No need to customize the import alias. The default one is fine. And shortly, our Next.js app will be configured right within this folder. There we go. We've got a success, and all of the files and folders are now right here. So let's go ahead and run it just to verify that it got installed properly by running npm run dev in our terminal, which will spin up our application on localhost 3000. Back within the browser, you should be able to see something that looks like this, telling you that the application is running and that you can get started by editing this homepage. No need to read the docs in this case, because I'll be teaching you everything you need to know to build this app. But if you truly want to go deeper, I would recommend checking out the best Next.js course on the internet called the Ultimate Next.js 15 course, where we really go in depth, making sure that you understand all the concepts and that you go from a client-side mess that looks like this to something that looks like this. So definitely check it out. But now let's continue developing our project. Instead of making some changes immediately, I first want to set up ShadCN, our design system. ShadCN is a set of beautifully designed components that you can customize, extend, and build on. So you can start and then make it your own. And of course, best of all is that it is open source. So you can head over to Get Started, choose your framework of choice, and then just install it by running the npx shadcn add latest command. So back within our application, I'll open up the terminal. I'll actually open up another one. I'll call it terminal, and I'll rename our first one to app. And then we can run additional commands while our app is already running. So here you can run npx shadcn add latest init. It's going to ask us whether we want to install the following packages. And in this case, we'll be using the latest 3.0 version of ShadCN. While installing it, it'll ask you which color would you like to use as the base color. In this case, I'll select slate. And that's it. It'll create a couple of files for you and automatically install the necessary dependencies. Success. Project has been initialized. Now, financial applications typically use dark themes because they're easier on the eyes and provide better contrast for charts and data visualizations. So let's head over into our app and then into layout.tsx, and let's change the application's default theme by heading over to the root layout, and right here within the HTML tag, apply a class name equal to dark. This will automatically tell Tailwind to use dark mode throughout the entire application. Let's now install a ShadCN button component to test whether everything is working correctly. To install new components using ShadCN, you can just run npx shadcn add latest add, and then you can specify what you want to add. So let's go ahead and install it. It should be done within seconds. And that's the beauty of ShadCN. You don't have to add all the components which you're never going to use. You only add the ones which you will. And what it does is it automatically embeds it within your codebase under the components UI folders, so you can actually see and modify the code of that button. Now that you should or you have to, technically it's best to keep it as it is, but if you want to modify it, just know you can. So now let's head over into our app page.tsx, where we have our homepage, and delete absolutely everything. We want to start from scratch. And we can start from scratch by running RAFCE, React Arrow Function Export Component Snippet, which will quickly spin up a new page. We can rename it to Home and remove the React import as it's no longer necessary. Now, if this RAFCE command didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the necessary plugin installed. In my case, I'm using the modern React Snippets plugin that allows us to very quickly spin up some new components. Within this page, we can give this first div a class name equal to flex, justify-center, items-center, and age-screen. And then within it, we can just display a very simple button. You can see that my IDE will auto-import it for me from components UI button. And then we can just close it and say something like click me. Right now, it's a simple, unstyled button. So let's go ahead and make it look a bit better. Buttons within our final application will look something like this. We'll have this yellow primary color that we'll be able to refer to. So if you want to get that color, click the video kit link down in the description, within which you can get access to the complete Figma design. Then, once you have it, you can click a couple of times on this yellow button until you get to it, and then you'll be able to copy one of these colors. Once you do that, you can head over into App, Globals.css, and you can see here that we have a basic theme set up for us by ShadCN. We don't want to use this theme. We want to create our own. So what you can do is set up a custom color theme by saying add theme, and then you can define some kind of a color like yellow 400 variant, and you can make it equal to this value that you just copied, something like this. Now, just so you don't have to go through the design and copy and paste every single color, what you can do is delete everything from this globals.css file, head over into that same video kit that is linked down in the description, and then right here, you can just copy the final globals.css. If you do that and paste it, you'll see that we have a couple of utility functions here, and then we have all of the other colors and the typical setup done by ShadCN. We'll also need some fonts, and alongside the fonts, we'll need a lot of different images, such as this logo right here, or maybe this image right here that shows what our application will be all about. Even the little things, such as these star icons right here, or maybe icons like the magnifying glass, close, and stars. What you can do is just go ahead and click many times here and then export them as PNG or SVGs. But just so we can focus on coding instead of clicking, you can find the complete assets right here linked to this video kit. So if you click here, that'll lead you to a Google Drive folder where there's a simple zipped public folder. Download it, then delete the current public folder, unzip the one that you just downloaded, and then simply drag and drop it to the root of your application. Here, you'll see that we have our favicon, and we have the assets, including some icons and images. Regarding the fonts, you don't have to worry about those because they're the default Next.js fonts, which we're importing right here within App Layout, coming from Next Font Google. Also, you'll notice that within our app, we have our favicon right here, which is the default Next.js favicon. What you want to do instead is delete that one and then drag and drop the one from the public folder. This one will be all about stocks. Oh, and while we're here within the layout, you can also change the title. Let's give it a fitting name. I'll call it Signalist Track Real-Time Stock Prices, Get Personalized Alerts, and Explore Detailed Company Insights. There we go, that's good. So now if you head back over within your application, you'll be able to see a button that is now white, which matches our dark theme, and the whole background is dark. I zoomed it in a bit, but if you zoom out, you should be able to see something that looks a bit more like this. Oh, and if you take a look at your tabs, you'll see that now it has this favicon and also the proper title. And with that, we're done with our app setup. So let's approach this app properly from the start by immediately creating its GitHub repo and pushing to it consistently. You can do that by selecting a new repository name. I'll call it Signalist Stock Tracker App. You can make it public or private, and then just click Create Repo. Once you do that, you can follow the steps to get it pushed. Copy this long line right here. The other ones we can type in manually. Open up your terminal and run git init. Then run git add dot to add all the changes. Git commit -m initial commit. Git branch -M main to change the name of the default branch. Then git remote add origin and then add URL to your repo. And then finally git push -u origin main, which will push all of your current changes to the main branch. So now if you head back and reload, you'll be able to see all of your changes right here. So let's go ahead and clean it up just a tiny bit. I'll copy the description from layout right here. And in the description, I'll say Signalist and then paste the description. You can also enter your website URL once we actually do end up publishing it. For now, I'll just say jsmastery.com. And then for the topics, you can say something like Next.js, stock, market, and hide these other things which we don't need. That'll make our repo that much cleaner. And why does this matter? Well, for a couple of reasons. If you head over to your GitHub profile, your potential employers will better be able to track all of your contributions. So it's always good to be consistent. But even more than that, your experience of watching this entire course will now be that much better. Because at any point in time, you can head over to my repo, head over to commits, and then see exactly what I did for a specific chapter in this course. This is the first chapter, so we set up a lot of things, but in the upcoming lessons, only the files that got changed will actually be here, and you'll be able to see the changes line by line. Oh, and for your use case, if somebody else is checking out your repo, how you developed it, they'll be able to see that you actually developed it on your own across a period of a couple of days or even weeks, and they'll be able to see not only the quality of your code, but also the quality of your commit messages. So very glad that we immediately got this project pushed over to GitHub. And with that, the initial setup is complete. Great job. Now that our project is set up, the next step is to create a shared layout and move our homepage into a route group. Let me show you how to do that, and then I'll explain it. Within the app folder, create a new folder and call it, in parentheses, root. Then within root, simply move the current layout and page.tsx into it. This will now act as our homepage or root layout. If you head back over to your application, you'll see that nothing will have changed. So what even is this route group? Well, route groups are a folder convention that lets you organize routes by category or team. It follows a simple convention, and that is to wrap a folder's name in parentheses. And then this convention includes the folder for organizational purposes, and they will not be included in the URL path. So if you're heading over to something like localhost 3000, now you won't have to head over to root to be able to visit the homepage. Even though the page is within the root folder, that's because you wrapped it within parentheses. One use case is to split different sections like admin, marketing, and so on. And another one is to define multiple root layouts. What do I mean by that? Well, take a look at the design. If you take a look at our auth screens, you'll notice they're following a completely different layout. They have a left side and a right side. Same thing for the login, whereas all of the home screens have a navbar and auth pages don't have it. So this immediately means that we need to create two different layouts, one for auth and one for root. We'll create the other one for auth later on. Oh, and I actually made a mistake when I moved this layout outside of the app. This one will remain our main layout, which has all of the fonts and the dark theme and everything else. What we want to do instead is create a new layout right within the root. So create a new layout.tsx. Within it, you can run rafce to quickly spin it up. And then every single layout will accept children as a prop, and children is of a type React.React node, because the only job of a layout is to accept a new React node, a new React component, and then render it. And then what we can do is just return a new main tag that'll look something like this. This main tag will have a class name equal to min age screen, so that we always give it some height, as well as text-gray 400. Then we can create a new div right within it, and this div will have a class name equal to container, as well as padding y of 10 to give it some breathing room. And then within it, we can display all of our children. Perfect. Later on, within here, we can add our header component. And the reason why we're adding the header here is because we want it to appear within every single page that's going to be within the root route group. It's going to be the home page, but also the search page and the watch list and alerts, also the price model. So that's the reason why we're using different layouts and the route groups. Now let's head back over within the home page and let's modify it just a tiny bit. We can give it a flex, but now we'll also give it the min age screen. So it takes the full height of the screen, and home-wrapper, which is a custom class that I created, which applies a text gray 400 flex column, a bit of a gap, and then item center and item start on smaller devices. If you're ever wondering what a specific custom class does, simply command click it, and it'll lead you directly to its directive. Or you can just search for it globally, and you'll find it within the globals.css. And instead of a button, we can simply say home for now. That'll look something like this, and now we can create our header. So what I'll do is I'll drag my browser right here to the side so we can see both the browser and the editor at the same time. Let's develop this header component by creating a new component within the components folder, and I'll call it header.tsx and run rafce within it. And now that we have it, we can immediately use it within our layout. So if you just refer to the header component, it'll auto import it, not from app header. It should actually be coming from add/components. Oh, but it looks like I created it here instead of within the components folder. So let me fix that. And now if we repeat the auto import, it should do it properly. There we go. Header coming from components header. So now we can see both the header and the home at the same time. Let's go ahead and style that header by wrapping it into an HTML5 semantic tag called header that'll have a class name equal to sticky, so it always sticks on top, and also top 0, so we know where it is, as well as a class name of header, which will give it this gray color. Within it, we can display a div and give it a class name equal to container and header wrapper, and then there we can render a link coming from next link that'll have an href pointing to /, which is just the home page. And this link will render an image coming from next image with a source of /assets /icons /logo.svg with an alt tag of signalist logo, a width of about 140, a height of 32, and it'll also have a class name equal to h-8 for the height, w-auto for the width, and cursor-pointer so we know that it's actually clickable. So now you can see a big logo immediately at the top. Now below this link, we can create a new nav tag that we'll use for the navigation. And for now, give it a class name of hidden typically, and then only it'll be shown on small devices where it'll be a block. Within it, we'll be able to soon render a nav items component. And then below the nav, we can also render the user dropdown component. Now notice how we're going to create separate components for the nav items instead of writing all of the links directly here within the header. This is intentional because we'll need to use the same nav items within two places, here in the header and then again in the user dropdown. By making it a reusable component, we can keep our code cleaner and avoid duplicating the same links in multiple files. So let's go ahead and create a new nav items component. That's going to be within the components folder and call it nav items.tsx. Within it, run rafce. And now that we've created it, you can simply import it right here within the header by creating a new nav items component, which you're importing from the top. Now let's head over into it and develop it. We can start by turning this into a UL, an unordered list. Let's give it a class name equal to, we can make it flex, flex-call, and on small devices, flex-row, with a bit of padding, such as 2, a bit of gap, such as 3 in between the items. We can increase that gap on small devices to 10, and the font can be set to medium. Now, within it, we need to map over our nav items. What you can do is just create an array right here and then create many different objects with a title, for example, home, and a link. And then you can duplicate this a couple of times and then map over it. But I like to separate the presentation, which is the JSX, from the data, which is this part right here. So what you can do instead is you can head over to lib and create a new file within the lib folder and call it constants.ts. Within it, you can now create a new array called nav items, And you can make it equal to an array where you have a couple of objects, each with an href. This one will be just /, and the title will be dashboard. And then you can duplicate it 2 more times. For the second one, we'll just call it search. And then here we'll call it search as well. And for the last one, it's going to be watchlist, and title will be watchlist as well. So what you can do now is you can just export it. Perfect. Now you can head back and you can just right here open a new dynamic block of code and say nav items, import them from constants, and you can map over them easily by heading over to each item. And then for each one, you can automatically return. And when I say automatically return, I mean opening up a parenthesis right here instead of a curly brace. You can return a list item with a key, just to make sure that each one is unique, of item.href. And then within this li, you can render a link component with an href of item.href. Or if you don't want to repeat yourself, item.href every time, you can just destructure the href and the label coming from this item. So now you can just say href. You can also give this link a class name. It'll be equal to a dynamic class name where on hover, we give it a text-yellow-500, a transition of colors, and then we'll open a dynamic block. And then only if this link is currently active, based on the href that we passed to it, we will either change the text to gray 100 or we'll leave it as it is. So how do we actually create this isActive functionality? Well, we can do that right here within the nav items by saying const isActive. We can accept the path of a type string to the href that we're on. And then if the path is equal to /, in that case, we'll want to get access to the path name by using the use path name hook coming from Next navigation, and we will return path name is equal to just /. In other cases, we want to just check and return path name dot starts with path. And this will give us a check to see whether the link is currently active. And as soon as you use a hook within your server component, which is every component by default, you have to add a use client directive at the top. That way it gets access to the browser functionalities, such as the path. So now we can use this isActive right here, and then we can display a fitting label. Now it looks like we have a red line under label saying that a label does not exist on our nav items. Oh yeah, instead of a title, let's actually call it a label for that specific item. And now it's no longer red. Thank you, TypeScript. And now on smaller devices, we can't see it. But if you expand, you'll be able to see that now dashboard is active. The search and watch list are not. If you try to navigate over to them, you'll get a 404 because those pages don't yet exist. But you can see that the dashboard is indeed active. And we also have the on hover yellow color. Perfect. Okay, but now that we have the nav for tablet and desktop devices, let's also make it work for mobile. For that one, we'll use another ShadCN component called a drop-down menu. It displays a menu to the user, such as a set of actions or functions typically triggered by a button. So let's go ahead and add it by running npx ShadCN add latest, add drop-down menu. Then go ahead and create this user drop-down component by creating a new component within the components folder called user dropdown.tsx. Within here, you can run rafce. Then we can copy and paste all of these imports for the dropdown, and then we can paste the dropdown itself instead of this plain div. Once you do this, head over into the header and just import the user dropdown component. There we go. So now if you head back, you can see the open button, which automatically displays some links. Now let's actually make it functional by heading over to user dropdown. And first, utilizing the router functionality by saying use router. And this use router is coming from Next navigation, not Next router. rather it's next navigation. Within here, we'll also give the user the ability to sign out. So I'll say const handle sign out. That's going to be equal to an asynchronous function, within which we just want to use the router functionality to push over to the sign in route. Later on, we'll actually log out our user. And since we're using the router functionality, we must also make this a client rendered component. So right at the top, I'll add the use client directive, and everything still works. And as of this point, we haven't yet implemented the authentication. So we can just create a dummy user object, inside of which we'll store their name. Let's make that equal to John. And also we can do an email, something like contact@jsmastery.com. Perfect. And now we can put it to use within our dropdown. This dropdown has a menu trigger, so let's give it an asChild property because it'll be a child of an actual button. So I won't just say open, rather within it, we want to render a ShadCN button that'll have a variant equal to ghost. We can also give it a class name equal to flex, items-center, a gap of 3, and text-gray 4, as well as on hover, we want to make it yellow 500. So that's going to be text yellow 500. And here we can make a space between the gap. Within this button, we can render the avatar icon. Avatar is another ShadCN component. So let's go ahead and install it by running npx shadcn add latest, add avatar. And then if you take a look at the avatar on ShadCN, you can see that it's just a nice logo. So the way you use it is you just import all of the imports regarding the avatar, and then you can use it like so by copying the usage. It'll just say avatar, and then within it, you'll have the avatar image and the avatar fallback. So if you head back, you can see how this looks like right now. Later on, we'll put your image right here, but for now, we can modify the fallback by giving it a class name equal to bg yellow 500 text dash yellow dash 900 text dash small and font dash bold. And then within it, we can render the first letter of the user's name. So that's going to be user.name 0. And we can give this avatar a class name equal to h8 and w8. So now we can see it appear right here if we don't have an actual photo. In this case, I'll bring back the avatar image, but instead of a ShadCN logo, I'll copy the URL to the JS Mastery logo so that we're on brand. There we go. And this is looking good. Now below the avatar, we can render a div with a class name equal to hidden. So by default, this will be the full name, which will be hidden. But on medium devices and larger, we can make it flex. And it'll be flex call items dash start. And then within it, we can render a span element that'll have a class name equal to text dash base and font dash medium, as well as text dash gray 400, within which we can render the full username. And if we fix this typo, md colon flex, and if you go to a larger size, you'll be able to see John. But just here, it's going to be without the name. Finally, we can focus on the drop-down menu content, that is this part right here, and give it a class name equal to text-gray-400. Then we can create a new div right inside of it. And for now, I'll remove all of the other drop-down menu items. This div will have a class name equal to flex relative items-center, a gap of 3, and a padding y of 2 in between the elements up and down. Within here, we also want to display the avatar. So once you click on it, we actually want to show it. But I'll give it more height and width, about 10. And then below the avatar, we have the username. We want to have that too. So I'll copy this part with a username below the avatar. But we'll change the classes a bit. Now it'll always be showing. So I'll give it just a class name of flex and flex-call. Within the span, we render the same thing more or less. And then here below this span, we can also render another span with a class name of text-sm, as well as text-gray 500, where we can render the user email as well. So now if you click on it, you can see a bit more info about the currently logged in user. And all of this doesn't have to be within a drop-down menu content. Rather, we can put it within a drop-down menu label. So I'll say drop-down menu label, and then I'll put this div and everything within it within that label right here. There we go. That's going to give it some more height and width. And then below that label, we can render the drop-down menu separator. It'll be a self-closing component with a class name equal to bg gray of 600. There we go. And now we can render another drop-down menu for logout. So I'll say drop-down menu item. This one will just have an on click. And when you click it, we'll handle the sign out. And we can give it a class name equal to text-gray 100, text-md, and font-medium, as well as on focus, we'll make a BG transparent. And on focus, we'll also change the text to yellow 500, and we'll transition the colors. So they get a nice animation, as well as a cursor pointer, so we know that it is clickable. So now within it, we can just render a new log out icon and give it a class name equal to h4, w4, margin right of 2, typically hidden, but visible on smaller devices and larger. And it'll also just say logout. There we go. So we have this nice button right here. And finally, we can render another drop-down separator. So I'll simply duplicate it below this menu item. This time, I'll give it a class name of hidden, only visible on SM block and BG Gray 600. And then below it, we want to render a nav. And now this is the part where we want to actually reuse the navigation. But this one will only be showing for extra small devices. On small and higher, it'll actually be hidden. So here we can just reuse the nav items we created before, and immediately we'll get all of these other links perfectly styled. So with that in mind, we have a nice little toggle right here that we can click and open. And then right here on larger devices, you can see that we have the logo on the left, the nav items in the middle, and then the profile on the right where we can just log out. Perfect. With that in mind, our users will now be able to navigate to all of these different pages. At least they will be once we add some more great stuff to our application. And there we go. Our very simple header is now finished. Even though it seems simple, let's not forget the importance of committing, documenting, and pushing our code consistently over to GitHub. And now we're going to add an additional tool into the mix so that we get that one extra sanity check whenever we go ahead and make a push over to GitHub. And that one check is, of course, a code review done by CodeRabbit. So if you haven't already done that at the start, click the link down in the description and go ahead and create a new free account. Once you're in, you'll need to hook it up to your GitHub profile. And once you do that, under repositories, you can search for your repo and make sure that it is tracked. Once you do that, we are ready to create a new branch and push those changes. So let's open up our terminal and create and check out to a new branch. So I'll run git checkout -b, and I'll name this branch header. Press enter. And now we can do the standard git add dot, git commit -m, implement header. Then if you try running git push, you'll see a quick message saying that you'll need to add an additional flag to the git push command so that you can actually push the local branch over to our remote GitHub origin. So just copy this command and paste it. As soon as you do that, if you head over to GitHub, you'll see that the header branch had recent pushes 2 seconds ago. So now you can compare the changes that we implemented and open up a pull request to get this code merged over to the main branch. So let's create it. As soon as you do that, you'll see that you have an open PR that when merged will add one commit into the main from the header branch. Now, we didn't really took the time to write a proper title nor a proper description, but thankfully, that's why we have CodeRabbit. You can see that CodeRabbit is currently processing the new changes in the PR, and then after a few minutes, we'll get a very detailed AI code review. But in this case, I think it's going to be even faster because the header branch doesn't really contain a lot of code. Now, this might feel like an overkill. Like, why are we creating PRs and branches for ourselves when we're working on a project? Well, alongside teaching you how to code and build this application, I also want to make sure that you follow all the best practices of developing large-scale, production-ready software. And that typically means working in a team. Unless you're a vibe coder, of course, then you can do whatever you want. But when you're working as part of a larger team, you'll never be allowed to work directly within the main branch. Rather, you have to create your own new branch, which is exactly what we've done within the terminal. Then you'll have to open up a PR for that branch and properly document it, specifying the new features that will be added to the main codebase once this PR is merged. In this case, you have introduced a responsive header, added a user dropdown, implemented a root layout, and updated the homepage structure. And then someone more senior from your team would go ahead and take a look at all of the file changes that you've implemented. Of course, our code here is very simple, but as we dive deeper into this application, it's going to get more and more complex. And that makes CodeRabbit super useful because it allows us to learn from our mistakes, and it actually finds a lot of room for improvement. So whenever you write some code, you can learn how to make it better. And there we go. The walkthrough is here. Whether it is somebody else from your team checking your code or yourself just going through it, this is super useful. Let's see what we've done. Introduces header and navigation UI and layout structure under app root, replaces the root page, adds UI primitives like avatar and dropdown, and then adds navigation constants, updates dependencies, and adjusts repository IDE, getignore, and IntelliJ project files. I did it on my end by simply removing some .idea folders and files. Then, the major changes happened in the app routing structure, where we added a new segmented root layout in the homepage and removed the previous root page. We added some new components like the header, nav items, and the user dropdown, and installed some new radix primitives like the avatar and the dropdown menu. Finally, we added the constants and modified the dependencies. And check this out. We also get a complete sequence diagram of what is actually happening within our code when a user visits our page. So a user loads the header, we render the nav items. Then if a user clicks on a nav link, we'll use the router functionality from the Next.js router, and then we will render the new target page. Similarly, if a user clicks on the avatar button, we'll open up a drop-down menu that allows our users to log out if needed, in which case we'll just push the user to sign in. This is exactly what we're doing. The estimated code review time that we saved was about 25 minutes. This is a fairly simple one. And what CodeRabbit does best is also give us a poem about this specific PR. No, this is not just some generic AI-generated slop. It actually has something to do with the code that we just wrote. So let me actually go ahead and read it to you. In the header, I hop with glee. New menus bloom like lilac tea. Avatars spin, drop-downs sing. Paths now nest beneath a wing. I twitch my whiskers, click, so neat. Dash to sign in on fleet-foot feet. Well, this is just beautiful. And with that, our PR review is now done. And then if you have some time, it also gives you some tips. But right here under this comment, we have even more useful stuff. There are some nitpick comments. These are the comments that you don't necessarily have to implement, but hey, if you want to improve your code base, you definitely can. Here, it gives you a comment for the constants, where it says that you can strengthen the types for nav items and derive a safe nav item type, which will improve the autocomplete and prevent typos across consumers. So before, we had an export const nav items array. Each one of these was just an object. It didn't change that part, but what it said is that we're exporting this as const, and then we're exporting a specific type for each one of these nav items. Cool. It's definitely a nitpicky comment. It's not going to change the game, but if you really want to improve things, you can. And it also went ahead and provided a few more feedbacks, such as adding an accessible label to the logo link, or maybe tighten the active route matching. If you want, you can go ahead and implement all of these changes. Then what it did next is it went into more details with real potential issues that we have within our code, not just some nitpicky comments. Some of these are changes to the chassis and components, which in this case I'll keep as they are. I trust chassis and that they're going to do it properly. We have some to our own user dropdown, where it says that we're using invalid Tailwind classes. Yep, because TextGray4 really isn't a class. It should have been TextGray400. So this was definitely a nice catch. These are super useful to have. Right now, not major because we're just in the process of developing our application. But as we get through to some of the more serious commits later on, I'll definitely be giving much more weight to every single comment that Rabbit gives us. But for now, let's just go ahead and merge this PR. Perfect, it has been merged. And if you head over to our code, you can see that now we have the changes from the implement header commit. And now that we've implemented those changes, you have to head back over to your editor. And if you do a git status, you can notice that we're currently on the header branch. So what you want to do instead is you want to run git checkout main to get back to the main branch, and then run git pull to pull all the latest changes. As soon as you do that, you'll notice that your app automatically reloads back to where we were. But now, if you run git status, you're ready to continue working on that branch. And now we can immediately prepare our environment to work on the upcoming features. So we'll be working on implementing the homepage. So what I'll do is I will just run git checkout -b homepage. And now we're going to be on that branch. So whenever we make some changes and make some commits, we'll be committing them over to the homepage branch. Great job. In this lesson, let's focus on the UI of the homepage. There's a lot of charts that we want to display, and we want to display them in a very professional way, in a way that financial and stocks people are used to. And what they're used to is one of the leaders in the charting space. They're called TradingView, and almost every single big financials application uses TradingView. Thankfully, TradingView allows us to take the best parts of their platform using their free widgets. They offer charts, symbols overviews for charts, and even mini charts, watch lists, and more. So what we can do is use their widgets and implement them directly within our application. There's an entire documentation page and everything. It'll allow us to embed live market data directly within our application, all of it powered by TradingView. So let's read a bit about the TradingView widgets. It says, welcome to the TradingView widgets collection, where financial magic meets the simplicity of copy-paste. You can supercharge your website with real-time financial data and stunning charts. Say goodbye to dull numbers and hello to dynamic visualizations that make your visitors go wow. Okay, so we have a couple of things such as charts, watch list, tickers, heat maps, and more, and we'll actually explore many of these categories in this course. Let's head over to charts. And here you can see an example of a very, I was about to say simple, but actually it is a very complex chart. Then it allows you to switch the time frame, even choose the candlesticks or different kinds of graphs you have, and then you can do so much more. Perfect. You can also see the prices and all of it completely live. Now let's go ahead and just click Get Widget. It says Advanced Real-Time Chart, Free Powerful Chart, and you can just embed it by copying a piece of code right here. There are some settings here though. So you can choose the size or choose the container size, use the default symbol, the time zone, even customize it completely. What I'll do now is just copy the React code. And then I'll create a new component within the components folder, and I'll call it Trading View Widget.tsx. And I'll simply paste everything I copied from the docs. We're using the useRef right here, which means that this has to be a use client component. And by default, we can pass null to the useRef hook. Now, you'll notice that there are a lot of settings that are provided inline right here to this specific trade. What we can do instead is extract all of those additional details and move them over to the constants. That way, it'll be a bit easier to know what they're all about. So I'll extract this entire string right here. And for now, I will make it empty. And then if you head over into the constants, that is right here, lib constants, you can export a new const, which you can call market overview widget config. And then you can simply paste this object that you just copied. It'll look something like this. Make sure it's only one. And then that'll look something like this. Now, there's going to be some additional setup that we also want to use for all of these charts. So just to make sure that you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing all across the board on different charts, head over to the video kit down below, and then go ahead and copy the constants file, and then override it right here. In here, I decided to include the same thing we have, like the market data widget config, but I also added some additional things which we'll use later on, such as different industries, risk tolerances, and investment goals that'll be useful for later on. Once you have that, I actually want to go ahead and optimize this component further. See, this trading view widget, which is basically just a regular functional component that we are then exporting at the bottom and memoizing, has this use effect. And that use effect could actually be turned into a reusable hook so that we can call this hook whenever we're trying to render a different chart. So what I'll do instead is I will create a new folder right here, and I will call it hooks. Within hooks, I'll create a new file and I'll call it use trading view widget.tsx. This one will also be an RAFCE. It'll be a use client, and we can import the use effect as well as the use ref hooks coming from React. Now, this one won't return the actual component. No, rather, this is a hook. So it starts with a lowercase letter, use, and then we will create a new container ref so that no matter which reference we pass to it, we can render it properly. So container ref is equal to use ref. We can define the type of an HTML div element or null at the start. And then at the end, we will apply all of the additional settings to that specific chart, and then we will return the modified container ref. Perfect. So to this function, we'll actually pass a couple of things, such as the script URL of a type string. We'll also pass a config, which is going to be a record, which will contain a string and unknown. And then finally, we'll pass the height of the chart, which by default can be set to 600. Now here, we can copy what we had from the trading view, which is this entire use effect, and then we can paste it right here. So within the use effect, what we're doing is first, we want to check if there is no container ref dot current. If it doesn't exist, in that case, we just want to exit. Then we also want to check if we have already loaded one widget. If that is the case, we want to also exit out of creating a new one. So I can say container ref dot current dot dataset dot loaded. If that is the case, we return. After that, we want to clear the inner HTML by saying container ref dot current dot inner HTML, and we want to set it to just be a regular div with a class equal to trading view widget container underscore underscore widget. We want to give it a style equal to width of 100%. And if you want to, we can also specify the height. So height will be set to a dynamic height that we're passing through props, px, as in pixels. We can close this right here, and then we can also close the div. So that'll look something like this. There we go. Just make sure that all of these ending characters are written properly. Now, these parts should not be happening as the first parameter. I made a mistake here. They should be happening within the actual useEffect function. So I'll copy these three, and I'll put them right within the actual useEffect. Perfect. So now we're doing all of those checks within the useEffect. Then we're actually creating a script element. So I've just copied this from the documentation. Then we're setting up the script source. But keep in mind, this will be different for every single widget we're displaying. So instead, I'll simply set it to the script URL, which is coming through the props. Script type is not needed. Script async can be set to true. Script inner HTML, in this case, can be set to JSON.stringify, and we want to pass the config that will specify through props. And then finally, let's properly close this use effect and make sure that it loads whenever any of the props change, such as the URL, config, or height. And here we want to append all of those properties to the container ref by saying container ref dot current dot append child and container ref dot current dot dataset dot loaded is set to true. Finally, we want to clean it up on unmount of the function by saying return if container ref dot current exists. In that case, we want to just say container ref dot current dot inner HTML, and you want to clean it. And you also want to delete the loaded property from it by saying delete container ref dot current dot dataset dot loaded. And then after we apply all of those changes, depending on a specific chart widget that we want to load, we then return the container ref, which we just attach to this new chart. It'll all start making sense very, very soon. But now that we have this hook, let's get back to the trading view widget. We simplified it now. No longer do we need a use effect right here. Now we'll be doing everything through the use trading view widget. So just say use trading view widget hook. And to it, we have to pass a couple of props. The same props that will also be coming as props to the trading view widget component, such as the title, the script URL, the config, the height, which is set to 600 by default, and the class name. All of these will be of a type trading view widget props. So now where are we going to define these types? Well, what you can do is just create a new interface right here, call it trading view widget props, and then define all of those properties here. Title, which is optional, of a type string, maybe a script URL of a type string, a config, which is actually a record type of string and unknown. Then you can have an optional height, which is going to be a number. And finally, a class name equal to string, which is also going to be optional. Perfect. And now we can pass those props right here. First is the script URL, then the config, and finally the height. Oh, make sure to actually pass the script URL and not the value of null. There we go. Nothing is complaining right now. And now we're getting this container ref that we can pass over to this new div that'll actually render our widget. So let's see if we can already see it. I'll make sure that here the ref is set to container ref. And now back on the home page, so you can head over to the page.tsx in the root. Instead of simply saying home, we can already create some kind of a layout. I'll create a section, and this section will have a class name equal to grid, w-full, gap of 8, and home-section. Within it, I'll display another div which will wrap our first chart. It'll have a class name equal to, on medium devices, call-span-1, and on extra large, it'll be call-span-1. And within it, we can actually display a trading view widget. Of course, you have to pass some props to it. If you just load it like this, nothing will show. So what we need to pass is going to be the title. I'll call this one Market Overview. Then you have to pass the script URL. Now, where are we going to get this script URL from? Well, remember, we were checking the docs, and then this doc right here that allowed us to simply copy and paste it. Well, we could have just copy and pasted all of the charts and use them wherever across the application, but I actually wanted to take the time to create a reusable component that'll allow us to use it in a much cleaner way. But anyway, the actual script source is right here. So for example, for this advanced chart, the source is this one. So you can just copy it from here, and then you can just paste it right here. So that is the https s3.tradingview.com external embeddings embed widget. This one, we don't want it to be the advanced chart. Instead, this one will be the market overview.js. And if you save that, you will see some issues, but immediately the chart will appear. Then we can pass the additional config equal to market overview widget config, which is coming from constants, and this will automatically expand it a bit and make it in dark mode. We can also pass it the height. 600 is the default, I think, so we don't need to. And pass a class name of custom chart. There we go. And check this out. We have a live embedded TradingView chart right here within our application. Just how cool is that? And now that we can actually see it, we can further style this new reusable TradingView widget component so that we can actually display all kinds of different widgets, not just charts. I'll start by wrapping everything in a div, and I'll give that div a class name equal to wfull, so it takes the full width of the screen. Then we can properly close it and put everything we had within it. Right at the top of the div, I'll check if a title exists, and if it does, we can then display an h3 with a class name of font-semi-bold, text-2xl, text-gray-100, and a margin bottom of 5, and it can simply render the title that we're passing through props. So now we can clearly see a title that says Market Overview. Right below it, we have a div that has this TradingView widget container, but we can also pass our own styles to it by wrapping everything in a CN, which stands for class names. So now we always render this class name, but if we want to, we can also pass some additional class names that are coming through props. And then we have the ref container. No need to pass these manual styles. There we go. So now you can see how it changed because of the height. And now if you head back over to home or the home page, here we can pass a height of about 600. And now it got extended again. Let's go back to the TradingView widget for one more time. And we have this inner div right here. We can remove the bottom one, and the top one we can expand a bit. We can provide a height that we share through props, and the width can be set to 100. And then we can make this div self-closing. There we go. So now we basically have our reusable TradingView widget component currently being used as part of the market overview. And now creating the homepage layout will be super simple. Just head back over to the homepage where we now have our first TradingView widget, and then just collapse this div that's containing it, and let's create another div right below it. We'll sort all of these divs in a specific grid layout. So this div will have a class name equal to, on medium devices, call-span-1, and on extra large, call-span-2. So it takes a bit more space. And within it, we can just basically duplicate this TradingView widget component like this. But now we won't make it about market research. We want to use a different TradingView widget. So I'll rename this one to stock heat map. And the only thing you have to do is change the last part of the script URL. This time it'll say embed widget dash stock heat map. And check this out. In a matter of seconds, you can see a heat map of different stock sectors, such as electronic technology, finance, tech services, and so on. And you can see which ones are stable, which ones are in green, and which ones are red. Since we're going to be reusing this string a couple of times, you can see that it's quite a long one. We can actually just copy it and call it a script URL, and then just paste the baseline of the string up to a point where it gets different. So up to here, including the dash. So now the only thing that we have to change is just keep the part after the dash. So render the script URL, and then to it, just attach the end part. That's going to look something like this. We have this for the market overview. And then for the next one, we'll just simply say stock heat map. And it still works. Now let's copy this entire section that includes these two divs and just paste it below to create a new section. It'll be a grid with a full width, a gap of 8, and a home section. But this time, the styles for the inner divs are going to be a bit different. it'll have an h full, with on medium devices call span 1, and on extra large, it'll have a call span 1 as well. And we can copy it, and we can also paste it for the bottom one, but here it'll be call span 2 for the extra large. Okay, now everything is duplicated and repeated, but what we can do now is, as you know, change the actual configurations. So even for the second widget, after the first one, we can change the config. The config here will be a heat map widget config. Then for the third one, we want to change the script URL ending to say timeline.js, and the widget to say top stories widget config. And finally, for the last one, we can change the ending to say market quotes.js, and that'll be market data config. Perfect. Now, if you save this, you should be able to see 4 completely different widgets. The first one is the chart with the top stocks. Then we have the stocks heat map. Then we have the top stories. And finally, we can see the market quotes. Now, the bottom 2 don't need a title because the title is already displayed as a part of their charts. So now it looks like this. And to the fourth and second one, you also don't need to provide a custom chart class name. So that's second and fourth. You can keep it on the first and third one. And at the end of the day, we get 2 sections with 2 divs each, and each one renders a widget. But where this dashboard, as with every dashboard in the world, truly shines is of course on desktop, because here you can see all of this info on a single, very nicely positioned screen. There's so much data available to you at a single glance. So if you want to read some top stories, you want to see some financials, or you want to see which sectors are in green today, well, you can do it all from this single screen. Perfect. This means that we have successfully created a reusable trading view widget, which obviously we have used 4 times so far in a very simple way. To make it even simpler, we also created a reusable use trading view widget hook, which is also extracted to contain all of the widget's logic. And then finally, using all of these widgets is now super simple. We're using them just like this within our homepage or wherever else we want to use them. Oh, and before we move forward, let's not forget to push our changes by running git add dot git commit -m, and we can do something like implement homepage with TradingView widgets. Press enter. For you, there should be some changes here. And then finally, run git push, or in this case, git push set upstream origin homepage. As soon as you do that, all of your changes will be pushed. And then if you head back over to your repo, you'll see that the homepage branch had a recent push 13 seconds ago. So let's go ahead and open up a PR. And once it's open, you'll be able to see all the 4 different files that we implemented to turn our homepage into what it is today. And of course, we'll give CodeRabbit a minute as well to provide us with a proper code review. And in a couple of minutes, the walkthrough is here. In this PR, we are introducing a TradingView embedding feature, a new reusable TradingView widget component and hook, which integrates 4 widgets into the homepage grid and adds extensive widget configuration and UI option constants. And the homepage replaces the placeholder content. So all of the changes have happened in these files, TradingView embedding components, and then constant changes. We can also see how this new application behaves, where if a user goes to the homepage, we're now rendering 4 different instances of the TradingView widgets, and then each one uses the use TradingView widget hook, which then returns all the necessary data and renders it to the user. In this case, it also gave us related PRs, such as the header one that we implemented not that long ago. There are some nitpicky comments, as well as some very useful refactor suggestions. Feel free to take a look at those changes. In my case, nothing's breaking, so I'll go ahead and proceed with a merge. Now you can navigate over to the main branch by running git checkout main and then run git pull to pull all the latest changes. If you did that properly, you'll still be able to see the live application with the updated homepage right over on the main branch. Now, in the next lesson, we'll focus on implementing the Auth UI. So it might be best to immediately create that branch. I'll run git checkout -b and I'll call the branch Auth UI. Perfect. This means that we are ready to implement it in the next lesson. Okay, now that the homepage is done, let's dive right into authentication. First things first, we're going to create a new route group for our auth components. You can do that by creating a new directory right here within the root folder, or in this case, it's the app folder, and you can call it auth, but make sure that it is within parentheses. Then within it, you can create a new file called layout.tsx. This is going to be a standard layout. We might as well just copy the previous one and paste it right here within the layout, but of course remove everything that is within it. We want to make sure that we have an empty layout to start with. Then next to the layout, also create a new folder and call it sign-in. And within this sign in, create a new file called page.tsx. This is going to be the sign in page. You might as well run RAFCE and just rename it to sign in page while you're here, or just sign in should do the trick. And then we can copy that and we can create a new folder, which will be called sign up. And then within it, also create a new file called page.tsx. And we can paste this sign in, but instead just rename it to sign up. And now we have the full file and folder structure for what's about to become our authentication. Now let's head into our layout. See, this layout will give us a split screen design. Let me show you what I mean within the design. See this part? On the left side, we have the form, and on the right side, we have some info about the application, a testimonial, and then a screenshot. So to develop it, you can manually head over to localhost 3000/sign-in, and you'll see that it's just an empty page. Now this main will get a new class name called Auth Layout. And then within it, we can render a new section. To this section, we can give a class name equal to Auth Left section and scroll bar hide default. So we can hide it in case the device height is not too high to display everything. Within here, we can display a logo within a link. So I'll use the link component coming from next link and give it an href of just / and a class name of auth logo. Within it, we can then render an image. So I'll just import a new image coming from next image and then give it a source of assets icons logo.svg with an alt tag of signalist logo, a width of about 140, and a height of about 32, and then a class name of h8, as well as w auto. These are the proportions of the logo. And immediately you can see it right here at the top. Then below this link, render a div and give it a class name of padding bottom of 6, on large devices, padding bottom of 8, and flex 1. And this is where we're actually past the form content. So I'll say children, because the children, right now it says the sign-in page, will actually contain the form data. But now we can focus on the right side, which is going to be the testimonial and dashboard preview. So I'll create another section with a class name equal to auth right section. And within it, I'll display another div for the testimonial that'll have a class name equal to z10, so it appears over other content, relative, on large devices, margin top of 4, and on large devices, margin bottom of 16. And then within it, we can display a block quote. This is a component great for quotes, so we can give it a class name of auth block quote as well. And within it, we can just copy the text that we have from our design. So I'll just select this piece of text, copy it, and then just paste it within this block quote like this. And if I head back, you can now see it at the bottom. That's the beauty of this layout. On mobile devices, since we don't have a lot of horizontal space, we can display this on the bottom, whereas on desktop, it'll appear on the right. Beautiful. Now let's head over below this block quote and render another div that'll have a class name of flex, items-center, and justify-between, within which I'll render a site. This is who created that quote, and I'll say something like Ethan R. And we can style it further by giving it a class name of auth, testimonial, author, and then below it, I'll render a p tag that'll have a class name of on max MD devices text-xs, and typically text-gray-500. And then within it, I can give the position of that person who wrote the review, something like retail investor. There we go. So now you can see it right here at the bottom. Now let's also render the amount of stars that this person gave to this company. That's going to be another div that'll have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 0.5 in between the stars. And now we can just create an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure to put it in a dynamic block of code and then map over it. For each one of the stars, we can just immediately return a new image. That image will have a source of /assets/icons/star.svg with an alt tag of star, a key equal to star, a width of about 20, a height of 20, and a class name of W5 and H-5. So now we can see 5 stars appear right here at the bottom. And finally, let's render a big image for the dashboard preview that's going to go below all of those divs, but actually we can put this stars within the div containing the author information like this. So now we have an even better layout. So now we can go below these 3 divs, still within the same section, and we can create a new div for the dashboard preview and give it a class name of flex-1 relative. And we can create a new image right here with the source of assets, images, dashboard, PNG, an alt tag of dashboard preview, a width of 1440 and a height of 1150 with a class name equal to auth dashboard preview, not a /, it's not a link, as well as absolute, and then top 0, so it appears on top. So now if you save it, you won't be able to see it on mobile, because in mobile, we just want to display this bottom part, because in the middle, we'll have the form. But as soon as you expand it and reload, you should be able to see this dashboard appear right here. Wonderful. So now on desktop devices, this is already starting to feel much more like a very professional financial application. But of course, now is the time to actually create the forms that'll appear right here on the left side, the sign-in page form, as well as the sign-up page form. For now, we can keep looking at it within a mobile layout. We still get the gist of what we're building. So how do we actually develop a form? To get started creating our form, first we can install a package called React Hook Form. It's a powerful library for handling forms in React. It gives us access to form validation, error handling, and in general, just makes your form performant. You can install it by heading over to your terminal and typing npm install React Hook Form. It'll also help us manage the state of the form without the unnecessary re-renders. Like our sign-up form has a lot of fields, so this will really come in handy. Then we'll also need to install a couple of different components from shadcn to make it work. So run npx shadcn add latest, add input, label, and select. With these 3 components, we'll create our entire form. So just press enter and then head over into our sign up page. Right at the top, we can just return an empty React fragment and within it, an h1 that'll say something like sign up and personalize, because we'll allow each new user to choose how they want to use the app. We can also give this h1 a class name of form title. And now you can navigate over to sign-up and you can see this new form. Perfect. Now, if you head over to the docs of React Hook Form, not the demo, but rather the docs, you can see how we can set it up. What you need is this use form hook and an onSubmit function. So you can head over to React Hook Form yourself and just copy these few lines of code, or you can type them out with me. Basically, in this case, right at the top of the component, I'll say const, and then the structure, register, handle submit, and in this case, I will be getting control, so we can control the form, as well as the form state that'll keep track of the errors, as well as the is submitting state. And all of that is coming from the use form hook, which we can import from React Hook Form. And here you need to define the type of the form. In this case, we can call it sign up form data. This is a new interface that we'll create. And you know what? Let's create it right now. Instead of creating every single interface within a component where it's used, such as this new sign up form data, we can create a single file that'll hold all of our types. And you won't even have to import them because it's a special file. So create a new folder within the root of your application and just call it types. Within types, create a new file and call it global.d, which stands for definitions.ts. And then within here, you can declare global types or interfaces, such as an interface for sign in form data. And then you can define that it'll need an email as well as maybe a password. And now we'll have all sorts of different interfaces that we can declare. Just so you don't have to type all of these by hand, you can head over into our video kit and then find the global types, copy them, and paste them right here. Now you can see that at the top, we have the sign in form data as well as the sign up form data. So now if you head back over to the sign up form, that is this one right here, you can see that sign up form data will automatically be recognized, and both the TypeScript and React Hook Form will know exactly what your form needs. Okay, what else do we need from this form? So we define the use form and we call it like this, but now we can pass the default values into the form. So which kinds of values will our form have? Well, we can take a look at the design. It's going to be the full name, email, country, password, investment goals, risk tolerance, as well as the preferred industry. Oh, and I just noticed that as soon as we imported this, we got this error. What you need to do is turn the use client functionality on because forms, of course, are rendered on the client side. Okay, so let's get all of these default props, such as the full name of a type string, by default empty string, email, also starting as an empty string. We have a password, also an empty string. Then there's a country, which is going to be US. We have the investment goals, that'll be growth. We also have risk tolerance, that'll be set to medium by default, as well as the preferred industry, which can be set to technology. And outside of that, as the second parameter, we can provide a mode of the form, and that'll be on blur. So as soon as we exit, we want to make some changes to the form. Oh, but actually that was supposed to be within this props object, but all of these props are supposed to be within the default values. So that's how we can define them. You pass the object of the settings, then you pass the default values, and then finally the mode comes after the default values. Perfect. And we can also declare an onSubmit function, which is going to be an asynchronous function. So onSubmit is equal to async function that accepts the data of a type sign up form data. And for now, we can just open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can just console.error, the actual error. And in the try, we can console log the data from the form. And now that we have the use form hook right here and the onSubmit, we can create a new form. So right below the H1, I'll create a new form. It'll have an onSubmit, and onSubmit will call handle submit, and we'll pass the onSubmit function, which will get called once we actually submit the function. We can also give this form a class name equal to space -y-5, so it has some space in between the elements. Within this form, we'll now have many different inputs, but at the bottom of all of those inputs, there's going to be a button. So I'll say button that'll have a type of submit. So it'll submit the form. It'll be disabled when we are submitting, and it'll have a class name of yellow-btn, wfull, and a margin top of 5. Then, if we are currently submitting, it'll say something like creating account, and then else, it'll say something like start your investing journey, something like that. Perfect. So now, if you save it and reload, oh, we need to switch over to sign up instead of sign in. There we go. Start your investing journey. This is looking good, but now we're waiting for the actual fields. Before we start adding the inputs directly to this form, I really want to take this app seriously and show you how you would approach building a form in a large application. You would not just go ahead and use the inputs right here. What you would most likely do is create a new component, a reusable one that you can modify and then reuse. So head over into components, and you can even create a new folder within the components folder, which you can call forms. And within forms, you can create a new file called input field.tsx. Within it, you can run RAFCE to quickly spin it up, and then you can define how a field would look like. We can first give this div a class name equal to space-y-2, and then within it, we can render a label coming from components UI label, and this label will render, let's just render a random label tag. Now, let's immediately visualize this input by calling it somewhere within our form. So if I head over into app, auth, sign up page, right here, we can create our first input by calling the input field component and passing some props to it. We'll pass a name equal to full name, a label equal to full name, but with capitalized letters. We can pass a placeholder for that field, such as John Doe in this case. We can also pass some info needed for the React hook form to know how to modify that input, such as the register equal to register, as well as the error equal to errors.fullName, and finally the validation for this field, which will be equal to an object where we can pass the required property to true, as well as a min length, and we can also set it to 2. In case you want to modify what this validation says, you can provide a string, something like full name is required, so that the error messages look a bit better. Now that we're passing all the props to the input field, let's actually utilize them. So if you head back over here, you can now import or get access to all of these props, such as a name, label, placeholder, type, which by default can be set to text, but we can modify it if it's a number or something else. We can also pass in the register, the error, the validation, and maybe if it's a disabled property or a value of this input. And it can be of a type form input props. And these props can be defined within our TypeScript definitions. And now that we have all the props, we can actually form the input. First, let's give this label an HTML4 so we know which input is it for, and connect it with an input with a following name, and also give it a class name equal to form label. Next, right within it, we can render an actual label. So now it'll say full name, as you can see right here. And then below the label, we can render an input coming from components UI input, which is a self-closing component where we can give it a type equal to type. We can give it an ID equal to name, a placeholder, and we're just passing the values through that are coming through props. It's disabled when it is disabled, or when the props say it is. We can pass it the value. That's typically how it looks like when you're creating custom components. And then for the class name, we can make it dynamic by using the CN property. And then it'll always have the class of form input, but then we can also further style it. For example, we can give it an opacity of 50 and cursor not allowed when it is disabled. So then we cannot click on it. And finally, you can spread all the properties of the register function for this specific name field and give me messages from the validations for that specific field. So now you can see the John Doe field right here, and you can see it nicely autofills my name. Also, right below the input, if there is an error, we can automatically render a p tag that'll have a class name of text-sm and text-red-500 that'll render the error.message. Perfect. There we go. Full name is required. And with that, we're done with creating our input field. So let's go ahead and duplicate it a few more times right here below. We need to duplicate it for the email and password. So that's 1, 2 more times. And we can change all of the prompts to say what they need to say. For the email, I'll change this to email. Label, you can guess it, it'll also be email. Placeholder can be something like either enter your email, or it can be something like johndoe@email.com. Typically, if we already have a label that says email, I like to make the placeholder be an example of what the user should actually type in. So it'll be something like contact@jsmastery.com, and then the rest can be the same, but for the errors, it'll refer to the errors of the email. For the validation, we can say something like email is required, and we can also add additional validation to follow a specific pattern. You can see in this case, Junie and WebStorm autofill this for me, so I no longer have to type in those nasty regular expressions. And then the message, if the pattern isn't matched, can be something like email address is required. And now for the password, we can actually render the password name, the password label. Here we can say enter a strong password. Password is required, and we can make the length of about minimum 8 characters. Oh, and it's errors.password. There we go. Oh, and one important thing, don't forget to give it a type equal to password, because that'll actually hide the characters that you're typing in. Now, alongside these regular inputs, such as the full name, email, and password, we also have these selects. You can see that based off of the caret that we have right here for the country, growth, risk tolerance, and preferred industry. So let's go ahead and create a new component that'll be the select field. You can do it by heading over into the components, forms, and create a new file called select field.tsx and run RAFCE. Immediately, we can head back over below this input, and then we can create a new one right here. We'll leave empty space for the country right here, but for now, I'll move to the investment goals. And I'll create a new select field. Make sure to import it at the top. And I'll pass in a couple of props, such as the name equal to investment goals, the label equal to investment goals, the placeholder of something like select your investment goal, and then we can pass additional options, which we have already stored within our constants under investment goals, so make sure to import it, control to be able to control the field, and finally the errors, if there are any, that's errors.investment goals, and then let's make it required. The investment goals will be one of 4: growth, income, balanced, and conservative. So let's head over into the select field and import all of these props. We'll get props like name, label, placeholder, options, control, error, and the required, which by default will be set to false. And all of these will be of a type select field props. This is, of course, coming from the globals.d.ts. Okay, so let's start creating it by wrapping everything in a div that has a class name equal to space-y-2. And within it, we can also render a label, same as before, HTML4 name with a class name equal to form label. and it'll just render the label. Don't forget to actually import the label from components UI label. Now, immediately below it, we want to render something known as a controller coming from React hook form that allow us to control the select. So right here, I'll render the controller component, and we can pass it a name. This name will be set to name coming from props. Control will be set to control. Then let's put it into multiple lines so we can see it better. We can pass it the rules, and we can define what it'll look like when required. So if required is true, then we can say please select. And then we can choose label.to lowercase, else required will be false. And finally, we choose how we want to render this specific field. So I'll give it the render property, where you can destructure the field from it, and then you can automatically return a new select. Now we can write this select manually, or we can see what ShadCN suggests. So if you head over to ShadCN and search for a select field, you can just copy the usage right here by copying the import and also copying the usage right here and pasting it within the render. If you do this and head back, it'll already look very nice, but we can style it a bit further by giving this select a value of field.value as well as onValueChange equal to field.onChange. For the select trigger, we can give it a class name of select-trigger. And for the select value, we can give it a placeholder of placeholder. Then I'll give this select content a class name equal to bggray of 800, border-gray of 600, and text-white, which will make this select look nice when opened. And now we can map over our options. So I'll say options.map, and for each option, we want to automatically return a new select item that'll look something like this, with a value of option.value, with a key equal to option.value, and with a class name equal to onFocus bggray 600, and also onFocus text-white. And now we can close it right here. And within the select item, we can pass in the option.label. So now if you click on it, you'll be able to see growth, income, balanced, and conservative. Perfect. This is looking amazing. And as before, we can also render the error at the bottom. So if an error exists, then render a p tag that'll have a class name equal to text-sm and text-red 500, and simply render the error message. Perfect. Now we can create more of these select fields right within our component. We'll duplicate it 2 times, 1 and 2. For the second one, we'll rename this to risk tolerance, and label will also be set to risk tolerance. For the placeholder, we can say something like select your risk level. We'll map over the risk tolerance options, and the error will say something like risk tolerance. And now for the third one, we can change the name to something like preferred industry. Label will be preferred industry. Placeholder will be, you can guess it, select your preferred industry, and we'll map over the options of the preferred industries. Perfect. And for the errors, we can make the error about the preferred industries. So now very easily, you can see how we can come up with more of these fields. It all looks very uniform. It looks great on mobile devices. You can click and select all of those properties. It feels natural, it feels good. And of course, on desktop, it looks even better. And finally, the only field we're missing from the design, if you've been paying a close attention, is this country picker. And actually, I want to give this as a task for you. Don't just follow along and try to replicate what I'm doing. Really try to implement this new custom component on your own. This is how I will set up the exercise. Let me tell you what you need to do. and then you can give it a shot on your own if you want to. Under Components and Forms, create a new custom component. And let's call it Country Select Field.tsx. You know the drill. You can run RAFCE and then head back over to the page where we are going to use it in the future. That's going to be the sign up page. And then we left right here. Just go ahead and say Country Select Field and import it. Immediately, it should appear right here, which means that you're ready to get back and develop it. So how would you even begin to start developing something like this? Well, first, I always like to Google or search on NPM to see whether a package like this already exists. Well, in this case, I found an NPM package that simply gives you the list of all the countries so you can map over it, but you'd still have to develop the actual component on your own. So the next question is, which components from ShadCN are you going to need? It could be the command because you can actually start searching for something within it. There are many countries, you want to have a search, and you also might want to need a component called a popover, where you open it and then you can type something within it. So with this React Select Country list, which you can install, and with the popover and the command components, try to create this new component on your own. The final design looks like this. You have the country, you can start typing, and then all the relevant countries pop up. Pause this video and give it a shot. I'll give you the solution in 3, 2, 1. So, how did it go? Hopefully it went okay, but this is the exact opportunity where I'm trying to just speed up my workflow, and I like to get AI to do some things for me. So I gave Junie a shot. I'm not gonna type it out in front of you, but essentially I gave it all the same pieces of info as I gave you. Use this specific library, use the popover and command components from ShadCN, and it came up with this. I'll leave the full file as part of the video kit down below, so you can just copy it. So what it did right here is it created 2 different components. The first one is the country select, in which it figures out different countries, uses the popover, and then maps over all of the countries to display them on the list. The second one is just a helper that actually wraps the country select as a render part of the controller so we can actually manage that field using our React hook form. So now to be able to use it, you of course have to add the command and the popover ShadCN components, as well as install the React country list package that I showed you. And also, since we're using TypeScript, install the types for that package. Now, if you head back over to sign up, we can now use this country select field and make sure to import it as a named import if you copied my code, not as a default one, because we're exporting 2 components, so it is within curly braces. So fix that if you haven't. And now we can provide all of the necessary props, such as the name of country, the label of country, control equal to control, errors equal to errors.country, as well as required. And let's actually put each one of these fields in a new line, so it's a bit easier to see what we're working with. There we go. And if you save it, you'll be able to see 2 issues that pop up, but our actual search is right here. You can see all the different countries in the world. I'm based in Croatia, so if I search for it, see how convenient that is. We can very easily pick it up right here. It says that there are 2 issues right now. TurboPack, if I reload, the issues disappear, so I believe we are good. In old times, this was called a combo box. You might still come across that term somewhere. A combo box is essentially a select field that also has a search built in. So this is a very convenient way to just search for something and press enter and immediately get it right here. Wonderful. And finally, we want to be able to switch between the sign up and the sign in forms by a simple link press. So we can also create a reusable component for that by heading over to components, forms, and creating a new file. We can call it something like, let's do footer link.tsx, run RAFCE. Then we can accept some props within it, such as the text that we want to display, the link text, as well as the href that we want to navigate to, and these will be a part of the footer link props. And then we can just return a div that'll have a class name equal to text center. Let's spell it properly. And let's also give it a padding top of 4 to create some spacing. Within it, we'll render a simple p tag with a class name of text-sm and text-gray of 500. And we can render the text as well as just an empty space after it. And then we can render the link coming from next link with an href equal to href and a class name of footer link. And within it, we can pass the link text. Perfect. So now that we've done this, we can just use this footer link within our sign-up form. So let's head over into it. Oh, this was supposed to be error, not errors. And if you head below the button, you can now just render a very simple footer link by providing a text of something like already have an account. If that is the case, we'll go ahead and sign in. And you can do that by heading over to /sign-in route. If you save it, take a look. Now there's also the ability to sign in. And if you click it, it'll actually navigate you over to the sign-in page. So while we're on the sign-in page, simply head over into it. And this page is basically exactly the same as the sign-up page, but 10 times simpler. So I want to give this as another challenge to you. Go ahead and reuse the inputs that we've created so far with the button and React hook form and all the good stuff that I taught you how to do. You basically need to copy and paste this, strip it out of about all of the inputs and just keep 2, and just handle the data that is coming in. Once again, this is a perfect opportunity for Junie, so I'll actually open it up and I'll tell it to replicate what we have in the sign up page to the sign in, but strip it out of what it doesn't need. The sign in will only need the email and password inputs. That's it. So let's see how well it does it. It's now sending the request to the large language model, and it's actually exploring the structure of our sign up page and the shared components that it uses. It's modifying this page, and look at it. It's doing it live in front of me. It modified the default values to only include the ones that the sign-in page includes. It replicated the onSubmit, properly used our own components with the proper fields, the button while changing the actual texts, and the footer link to say don't have an account, well, create one by heading over to sign up. This task was indeed handled successfully, and it did it in less than a minute. So now, if you head back, check this out. You can very easily switch between the create an account page and the sign-in page. Junie really saved us a lot of time right here. In case you have some issues or you didn't end up using Junie on your own, I'll also leave the final sign-in page within the video kit down below. With that said, check out how great this looks like on desktop. We have the welcome back page as well as the sign up and personalize form that allows us to enter all of our info and get personalized finance updates. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and commit it by running git add dot git commit -m, and we can call this one something like implement Auth UI and Layout. For you, there should be some changes here, and then run git push, or in my case, git push set upstream origin Auth UI. Perfect. All of the changes have been pushed, and if you head back over to your repo, you'll be able to open up a pull request from this new commit or new branch that we created. And before we go ahead and merge it, let's wait for the Rabbits review. In this PR, we introduced a 2-column authentication layout, added sign-in and sign-up pages with validated forms and loading states, implemented a searchable country selector with flags, added reusable input, select, and footer link components, and included a command palette and dialog UI with select interactions. Sounds about right. In the walkthrough, we're getting a bit more details on exactly what we have done. So let's take a look at the changes specifically. We have created a new presentational layout with a 2-column structure where the left side covers the logo link and children, and the right shows testimonials, rating stars, and a dashboard preview. Then we have created 2 new client pages using React Hook Form. Sign in handles the email and password with the submit state, whereas the sign up collects more preferences, including the country picker, default values, and the on blur validation. Finally, we have created all of these new reusable components that integrate with React Hook Form, display errors and validation and helper texts, and we even have the footer link that allows us to move to the other page, like sign in or sign up. We have added the types and dependencies. And now the new structure looks something like this. There were some more nitpicky comments, but then there are also some potential issues. Like, we should not be logging credentials to the console. Of course, we're going to remove that console log later on, so that's going to be good. Also, if we want to get proper validation config on this input field, then we need to give it a type of email, not just a type of text. Yep, that's a nice catch. And these other suggestions are totally valid as well. Some of these have to do with Chatsian components, so maybe the Chatsian team can take notice, but other than that, everything looks good to me. So let's go ahead and merge it. You know the drill. Let's head back over to the application, run git checkout to move to the main branch, and then run git pull to pull all the latest changes. And since in the next lesson, we'll be setting up our database, we can go ahead and create a new branch and move to it by running git checkout -b. I'll call it database. Perfect. Great job on coming this far into the course. The homepage and the Auth UI are now done. All right, let's get our database ready. We'll use MongoDB Atlas, which is a free, fully managed cloud database service. So head over to MongoDB Atlas and click Get Started. Here you can sign up with Google, and once you're in, you can create a new project by clicking on this folder right here and clicking New Project. You can call it something like Signalist or Stock Tracker Application, and just click Next. Set yourself as the project owner and click Create Project. Now you'll need to create a database cluster. So just click Create, choose the free version, and select a region that is closest to you, and then finally click Create Deployment. Now you'll have to connect to your cluster. So you have to create a database user. Just choose your username. In this case, I'll go with JS Mastery, and then you can choose your password or you can leave it as it is, but just make sure that you always have access to it. Then click Create a Database User, and then choose a connection method. In this case, we'll go with drivers to connect our application within Node.js, or in this case, Next.js, and copy this full connection string with the password. With this in mind, you can head back over to our application, specifically create a new .env file that'll store all of our environment variables, and add your first env called node env, as in node environment, and make it equal to development. Then you can define the next public base URL, which will be set to http://localhost 3000. And finally, define the MongoDB URI by pasting this complete string that you just copied over from there, including your password. Next, you'll have to head over to the network access and make sure that your current IP address is on there. But just to be sure that it always works and you don't experience any issues, you can also click Add New IP Address and then allow access from anywhere and click Confirm. This way, you'll be able to access it. Now, back within our code editor, open up your terminal and run npm install MongoDB, which we're going to use as our database, and then Mongoose, which we're going to use as our ORM to speak with the database. Once that is installed, let's create a new file within which we can set up our database connection. So right in the root of your application, create a new folder and call it database. Then also create another file within it and call it mongoose.ts. Within it, we'll do some simple setup. First, get started by importing Mongoose from Mongoose. Then we can declare our new MongoDB URI by getting it from our envs, by saying process.env.mongodb URI. Then we can declare a global type with a var mongoose cache that'll have access to a connection variable, which is going to be type of mongoose or null, and then a promise, which will be of a type promise, that will result in a mongoose connection or null. This is allowing this mongoose cache to exist. And what is this cache? Well, we can create a new cached variable by setting it equal to global.mongoose cache. And we are using this global hash so hot reload in development doesn't create a new connection whenever we make a new request. Rather, it'll take the same old connection from the cache. And of course, if the cache doesn't exist for the first time, so if no cached, then we can say cached to be equal to global.mongoose cache and make it equal to an empty connection and an empty promise. We only have to do this at the start. Hopefully this makes sense. We're doing this because we'll be using server actions, and Next.js server actions re-trigger or restart for every new action that we make. So we don't want to recreate new connections every time. Rather, we want to reuse the old connection. Now let's create a new function. So export const connect to database will be equal to an asynchronous arrow function. First things first, we need to check whether we have access to the MongoDB URI. If we don't have it, we can throw a new error saying something like MongoDB URI must be set within .env. Then, if we already have a cached connection, in that case, we will simply return the cached.connection. Else, if there is no cached.promise, in that case, we will set the cache promise to be equal to mongoose.connect, where we want to, for the first time, connect to the MongoDB URI, and we can also pass the buffer commands option and set it to false. Finally, either if we get the cached connection or the cache promise, or we try to create it for the first time, we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply set the cache promise equal to null, and then throw the error, whatever it is. And then in the try, we can set the cached connection to be equal to the cached promise. And finally, once we're done with this whole setup, we can just do a console.log and then say something like connected to database, and then we can define the Mongo URI. We can also specify in which mode. So we can say connected to, and then we can render the process.env .node.env, and then render the Mongo URI. This way we'll know whether we're on development or in production. In simple words, this function will ensure that our app always connects to MongoDB efficiently. Because see, in development, Next.js hot reload would normally open a new connection on every change. And this function stores the connection in a global cache, so it doesn't keep opening duplicates. If a connection already exists, it returns it immediately. If not, it creates a new one by calling mongoose.connect and then saves it in the cache. If connection fails, it clears the cache so retries can happen properly. This pattern is super important because Next.js reruns the code on each change in development mode, and without caching, you'd get multiple duplicate connections. Now, what do you say that we actually test the database connection? Instead of testing it manually, what I can do is try ask Juni to test it for me. So I'll expand this Juni window right here. I'll give it the Brave functionality, and we can even make it smarter if you want to. And I'll tell it something like, test my database connection to make sure that it's working properly, and also provide step-by-step instructions I can follow to test it myself. So let's see how well it does. So it actually created a new file called testdb.ts that calls the connection to database function and gives us a console log, okay, database succeeded, or error, database connection failed. It also updated the package JSON so we can just manually run this script and see how it works. So you'll need to run npm install to install these new changes, and it's gonna run it on its own because I gave it access to the terminal. And there we go. At the end, it says npm run testdb, the database connection test was successful, confirming a connection to MongoDB. And it created a standalone script that we can always use to test the database. So if you take a look at the files, it actually created this new testdb.mjs file, which you can run to see the changes. So if you open up the terminal and we can get over to package.json, there should be a new script. So if you run npm run testdb, it says, okay, connected to MongoDB with a database name, host, and the time it took to connect. This is super useful. So with that in mind, our MongoDB Atlas is ready and connected to our app with Mongoose. Let's go ahead and commit the changes by running git add dot git commit -m, implement database setup, and run git push, or in this case, git push set upstream origin database. Of course, if you head back, you'll quickly see a new branch, which you can open up a PR for. And once you do, you can go over your changes and wait for CodeRabbit to provide its review. This is the first PR that includes some logic and database setup instead of just front-end work. So let's dive right in. Well, in this PR, we're introducing a singleton MongoDB connection helper using Mongoose. We also add some DB-related dependencies and a test script in package.json and provide two scripts to validate connectivity, one using raw Mongoose and another using the new helper TS. The changes happen, of course, right here, where we use this Mongoose singleton connector with a global cache, and we then export the connect to database function. So the sequence diagram looks something like this, where a user, or in this case, an application, wants to connect to the database. Then we check the connection promise from the global cache. If a connection exists, then we return the cache, or if a promise exists, we await the existing promise and return the resolved connection. Then if neither the promise nor a connection exists, we, for the first time, run the connect MongoDB URI command to establish the connection. When we're connected, we get the Mongoose instant, we set the connection and clear the promise, and finally, we return the connection. Perfect. These diagrams are actually super helpful just to recap what we did. And in this case, there's another one showing the CLI part and how using CLI, you can actually test your database. In this case, it's better if we don't actually render the MongoDB URI. We're going to actually remove this when we move over to production, and adding some explicit types would definitely come in handy. With that in mind, we can go ahead and merge it. Now, in the next lesson, we'll utilize that database setup and the authentication UI to hook it all together to create authentication logic. Now is the time to implement authentication logic and connect everything together. We will implement the full flow, from setting up BetterAuth for authentication, integrating Inngest for background jobs, configuring NodeMailer for email delivery, create the sign up, sign in, and sign out flows, and even implement the route protection. So let's get started. First, we'll start with implementing BetterAuth. BetterAuth is a modern auth library that makes it easy to add secure user login to our application. It is TypeScript first and framework agnostic, which means that it works within any backend with strong typing flexibility. It'll handle the hard parts for you, like sign-ins, sessions, and cookies, but then it's actually built for developers, where you can extend it and you can make it fully customized. In short, BetterAuth saves you from reinventing the wheel while also giving you full control over how auth works within your project. So let's start setting it up within our application by first installing it by running npm install BetterAuth. And actually, we can just follow the package installation guide on BetterAuth to follow the necessary steps. Once you install it, the second step is to set up the right environment variables. So right here, where you have a secret key, you can click generate secret, and that'll generate it for you. And then you can take it over to your .env and paste it somewhere below the MongoDB URI. Make sure the secret is unique to you. Then you can also set the base URL, which in this case will be set to localhost 3000. After that, we'll have to create a new BetterAuth instance by creating a new auth.ts file. So head over within lib, create a new folder, call it something like BetterAuth, and within it, create a new file and call it auth.ts. Finally, within it, you can just copy this auth.ts. And what this is just an import from BetterAuth. And then we export an instance of authentication by calling BetterAuth and then providing the options object. So everything you want to modify, you can do directly here within this BetterAuth instance. And now the next step is to set up our database. I'll show you exactly how we can do it. In our case, we'll be using Mongoose and MongoDB. So first, import the MongoDB adapter coming from BetterAuth adapters MongoDB. Then import the connect to database function that we created not that long ago, and then import the next cookies functionalities coming from BetterAuth Next.js. Then we want to create a new instance of our auth, and we want to define its types. So I'll say let auth instance of a type return type of BetterAuth or null by the start equal to null. This is something known as a singleton instance, and it ensures that we only create one instance, which prevents multiple connections and improves performance. And then, instead of exporting this instance like this, what we'll do instead is create a new function called getAuth, which will actually return a new instance of the authentication. So say export const getAuth, which is equal to an arrow function, like this. Within it, if an auth instance already exists, then we'll simply return it. But if it doesn't, we will first establish a connection to MongoDB database by saying const mongoose is equal to await connect to database, and make sure to make the function asynchronous. Then we can get access to the DB by saying mongoose.connection.db. Now take a look at how TypeScript is telling me that mongoose is possibly undefined. Well, that shouldn't really be the case. So if I head over to connect to database and scroll down to it to see its return, I am only setting the connection and the promise here, but I'm never actually returning anything. Oh, that's a huge miss from my end. So I'll need to say return cached.connection, CONN. And now TypeScript automatically knows that this will contain the mongoose object. Perfect. See, that's the beauty of using TypeScript. Then we want to ensure that the database connection is successful before proceeding by saying if no DB, then we can throw a new error saying MongoDB connection not found. And finally, if all of this is good, we can initialize a new auth instance by calling BetterAuth and then providing the whole configuration object. Finally, once we actually modify it, we will return that auth instance from this function. And then let's not forget to export the auth instance throughout the application by saying export const auth is equal to await get auth. So this will simply call the function that we just created. But now it's our turn to actually provide the right configuration to the BetterAuth creation. First things first, you want to define the type of the adapter for the database that you intend to be using. So in this case, I'll say database is equal to MongoDB adapter, and you want to pass the DB to it. In this case, I'll pass as any type. Then we can also pass a secret, which will be equal to process.env.betterAuth secret. Make sure you called it exactly like that within your envs. Then you also want to pass the base URL, which will be equal to process.env dot, I think we called it BetterAuth URL, but let's verify. So if I head over into it, yep, BetterAuth URL, make sure it's the same. Then we can also pass the email and password authentication configuration by saying email and password, which is going to be an object where we can say that it'll be enabled. So enable to true. Then we want to have the disable sign up, which means that we will actually allow new users to sign up. Then require email verification. For now, we will set it to false, which will skip it. Min password length will be set to 8 characters, and the max password length will be set to 128 characters. And finally, the auto sign in will be set to true, which will automatically sign in after using the registration. Finally, we want to apply some plugins for cookie handling. So I'll say plugins, next cookies. This makes it work with Next.js's server actions. So what are we doing in this case? Well, we're setting up BetterAuth so that it'll automatically handle the user collection creation in MongoDB. It'll also handle the sessions collection. It'll manage the accounts using the OAuth providers. It'll also manage the password verification and hashing, and it'll automatically update the database schema thanks to this MongoDB adapter, which means that we don't have to manually create any models or handle session management because BetterAuth will do it all for us. We'll get back to using this in a minute, but for now, let's proceed with setting up Inngest, because later on we'll need to stitch everything together in order to make all of these tools collaborate. So first of all, what is Inngest? Well, when building production-ready apps, speed and reliability are key, because your users shouldn't have to wait while your app processes tasks like sending emails, updating notifications, or handling any other background work. And that's where Inngest comes in. It runs all of these tasks in the background so that users get a smooth experience. A couple of things that make Inngest so powerful is, one, it lets us run background jobs, like for example, sending emails without slowing down the user experience. And if something fails, it automatically retries it so that it won't just disappear. Inngest will try again until it succeeds, and it scales all the way from doing one job to doing millions of jobs. So to set it up, click the link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. And if you haven't already, go ahead and create a free account. Once you're in, you'll be able to create your first Inngest app. And you can do that just by following the steps right here. Copy the first command and paste it into your terminal. That is npx ingest-cli add latest dev. And press enter. It's going to ask you whether you want to install the Inngest CLI package. So go ahead and say why not? And then it'll spin up a dev server on localhost 8288. If you open it up, it'll look something like this. And we can keep this running. So I'll just rename this session to Inngest, and I will create another new terminal within which we can run our commands. The first command I'll run is going to be the Inngest installation command. We just installed the CLI, but now you also want to run npm install Inngest as the package. And now before we go ahead and actually set up Inngest, you can head over to Google's Gemini. It's aistudio.google.com, because from here, we'll need to grab our API key, as we'll be using Inngest AI to automatically generate a personalized welcome message for every new user. So head over to Google AI Studio, click Get Started, get the API key, and create a new one. Now, I already have a couple of Google Cloud projects running. If you don't have any, you might want to head over to cloud.google.com and create a new project. For me, I'll just create it in my first project right here, and then I'll copy this key. Once you do that, you can head over to your .env and add a Gemini API key and make it equal to the key that you just copied. And now that we have the key, we can create our Inngest client by heading over into lib, create a new folder and call it Inngest, and within it, create a new file and call it client.ts. Here, you can import capital letter I Inngest coming from Inngest, and then you can export a new Inngest client instance by saying export const Inngest is equal to new Inngest, and to it you can pass some options, like an ID. In this case, I'll give it the name of our app, such as Signalist, and you can also choose which AI model you want to use. In this case, we can choose to use the Gemini model, and for it, you can also provide the API key, which we just got from Gemini. So I'll say process.env.gemini API key. If your TypeScript is complaining about this key, you can also just add an exclamation mark at the end so it knows that you know that this API key is there. Now, next, we want to set up a new Next.js API route that'll handle Inngest. You can do that by heading over into App, API. This is a new folder which we want to create for our API routes. And then within API, we can also create a new folder called Inngest, which is actually a new route. And finally, within that folder, create a final route.ts file. And within here, we want to export a new function that'll have the get, post, and put functions within it. And we can enable it by calling serve, coming from Inngest next. And once again, we'll pass some additional options to it, such as a client of Inngest. Make sure to import it. And you can also choose to pass some functions within it. This is going to be an array of functions, and we'll later on pass all the functions here. So what we're doing here is we're essentially exposing our ingest functions via a Next.js API route, which will make these functions callable within our app. And Next.js will handle all the incoming event requests automatically. So what even are these functions? Well, these are going to be our background jobs. So the functions that we want to execute on the background, not while our users are running the app. We can create those functions within lib ingest, and you can also create a new file called functions.ts. The first function we'll create is export const send sign up email. And that'll be equal to ingest dot create function. And now we have to pass a couple of params into it. The first param we want to pass is an ID, which I'll set to sign up email. The second one is an object that contains the event. So when will it get triggered? That's going to be app user.created. And then the third one is the actual function which we want to run. So I'll say async function that accepts and destructures the event and the step. And here we want to construct the user profile. So I'll say const user profile is equal to, it'll be a template string, so we can give it some more information. And here I want to define maybe the user's country, which we can get from event.data.country. All of this data will of course be coming directly from the sign-up form. So here is the country. Then we'll have our investment goals. So I can say investment goals are going to be event data, and it's going to be investment goals like this. Now I'll duplicate it 2 more times. For the third one, we will do risk tolerance. And for the fourth one, I will do preferred industry. And we can of course change the actual event data. That's going to be the preferred industry. And the third one is going to be the risk tolerance. So what we're doing is extracting all the values that we're getting from the form. And now we can also create a prompt that we will send over to Gemini to create our first user email, greeting our user into the platform. This is such a cool use case. I mean, just imagine creating a new account for an application and not getting a generic, hey, welcome email. Rather, you'll get an email personalized for you based on the data that you entered. So let's create a new file within Inngest, and let's call it prompts.ts. Now, I actually took some time and a bit of ChatGPTing to create a fairly long prompt for generating this email. And I will leave it for you within the video kit down below. So if you head over here, you'll be able to see lib ingest prompts.ts. So copy and paste it right here. What you'll notice is that it's a fairly long prompt that first gets the user profile data that we're going to pass over to it, which we just generated. And then we're saying that we must create content that is obviously tailored to this specific user by direct referencing to user details, contextual messaging, and so many other things. And then I also give it examples of how it can make it more personalized. We also need to get it to format things properly. So I'm saying only clean HTML, no markdown, structure content with clear sections, use specific CSS classes, a couple more examples, and then we tell it what to do. So now back within our first send sign up email function, once we get access to the user profile, we can craft the prompt by saying personalized welcome email prompt dot replace, and we will replace a string of user profile, make sure to spell it exactly like this, with the actual user profile data. So then it'll get all the necessary info to personalize this email. Once we do that, we are ready to call our AI model. So right below, I will say const response is equal to await step.ai.infer generate welcome intro, and then we'll provide some more info for it, such as the model, step.ai.models.gemini, and you can choose a specific model. In this case, I like Gemini 2.5 flash light. It did the job perfectly. And you can also then pass over the body of the email by saying contents will be equal to an array with an object where the role is going to be set to user, and then the parts of the contents will be an array with a single text. That'll be the actual prompt for AI to do its job. Now let's make sure we properly passed all the info. In this case, the body was supposed to be coming after the model as part of this command, not as an additional object. So it looks like I added an extra object there. So if I fix it, I actually have to fix all the indentation in this case. And if I do it, it is all looking good. So we're passing the model and then the body that contains the prompt. Then the step 2, after getting this response, is to send the email with this personalized intro. And we can do that by saying await step.run send welcome email is going to be an asynchronous function that'll consist of first getting access to the part of the response. So that's going to be coming from response.candidates $.0. So we're going to get the first one, $.content, $.parts, and we're going to get the first part of the candidate's response. Once you have it, we can form the introduction text by saying intro text is equal to, and now if part exists, and if the word text can be found in that part, then we'll simply return part.text, else we'll return null, and otherwise, if this doesn't exist, we will just say something along the lines of, thanks for joining Signalist. You now have the tools to track markets and make smarter moves. And then very soon, we will add the email sending logic right here. But for now, I'll add the comment, email sending logic. Finally, we can exit out of this await and then return a success of true and the message of welcome email sent successfully, in case it actually did get sent. And now we can pass this newly created ingest function to the API route by heading over to API, ingest route, and then passing this function that we called send sign up email as the first and only function for now to the functions array. Now with that done, we want to restart the ingest server by stopping it from running and then running it again. We want to do the same thing for the app just to make sure all of our changes have been recorded. And if you head over to localhost 8288 and head over to apps, you can verify that the Signalist app is now synced to the Inngest dev server. And you should also be able to see your functions. And there it is, sign up email function. Perfect. Inngest is now ready. And finally, Node Mailer. This is our tool for actually sending out the emails. It'll give us full control over formatting and delivery, and it works well with different email providers like Gmail, Outlook, or even a custom SMTP server. It's straightforward and reliable. In simple words, it's going to be the mailman of our application. We'll use it to deliver email notifications. So first things first, let's install it by running the npm install node mailer command. And since we'll be using it with TypeScript, we can also install the types by running npm i --save-dev to save it as a dev dependency at types/node mailer. Next, we need to get a Google app password. But what is a Google app password? Well, it's a 16-digit password that gives a less secure app or device a permission to access your Google account. App passwords can only be used with accounts that have two-step verification turned on. So go to Google and open up your Google account, then tap on Security. Under How you sign into Google, click on Two-Step Verification and make sure it is enabled. This is just an extra layer of security for your Google account. Regardless of this video, you should have this turned on. After you do it, you can create something known as an app password. I'll put the link to this page down below so you can more easily find it. You can give it a name. I'll say Signalist and click Create. And then once you get it, simply copy it, head over into your .env and add the envs for Node Mailer. The first one will be a node mailer _email. This is going to be the address of your Gmail account. I'll use something like JavaScript Mastery 00@gmail.com. And then you'll have to enter the nodemailer_password. And here you can paste the app password you just copied. Oh, and make sure to remove the spaces in between the app password when you're pasting it into envs. Then you want to create something known as a transporter. We can do that by creating a new file within a lib. And first create a new folder and call it nodemailer. Then create a new file within it, which can be called Index.js. It's going to contain our entire nodemailer setup. And then within here, you can say export const transporter and make it equal to nodemailer. Make sure to import nodemailer from nodemailer. And then you can say nodemailer.create transport, to which you can choose the service of Gmail. Then you can pass the auth, and in this case, you can pass the user of process.env.nodemailer_email, as well as pass, which is going to be process.env.nodemailer_password. And now we quickly want to add the template for our email for sending notifications, which I'll provide to you within the video kit. So head over here and copy the lib nodemailer templates.ts and create that file. So that's nodemailer templates.ts and paste what you just copied. This will contain a couple of email templates that we'll be using throughout this course. We have a welcome email template, news summary template, stock alert upper template, stock alert lower template, volume alert, inactive user reminder, and so on. And finally, within nodemailer index.ts, we want to create a helper function that will send the email using the transporter. So let's create it by running export const send welcome email, which will be equal to an asynchronous email that accepts and destructures the email, the name, and the intro of a type welcome email data. And then we'll send the email, but first let's craft it by taking our HTML template, which is going to be welcome email template, and then replacing a string of name in 2 braces. We can replace it with a new name, and we can also replace the intro, so that is 2 braces intro, with the intro. We're basically crafting the email from a template, but making it a bit more dynamic. And then we need to define the email options by saying const mail options is equal to an object where we can say who are we sending from. It's going to be signalist. And then you can also define the mail, such as signalist@jsmastery.pro in case you want to create a custom email. You can then define the to email, so who are we sending it to, the subject, which is going to be something like welcome to signalist, your stock market toolkit is ready. We can then pass an additional text, thanks for joining signalist. And finally, we can pass an HTML, which is going to be equal to HTML template. So now if we add all the commas, this is looking good, and we are ready to send our email by saying await transporter that send email with the following options. Oh, and let's end this double quoted string right here. There we go. I'll just wrap it in template strings so it's easier to understand. Perfect. So basically what we're doing here is we're taking the welcome template, which is this email right here with custom styling. Then we are replacing the placeholders of name and intro, defining the mailing options, sending it with a transporter, and then the user will receive the email. So finally, let's put all of these together and test it out. Before we test it out in action, let's go through the whole flow one more time. First, a new user fills the sign-up form. This one right here. They enter all of their info and some additional preferences. When they submit it, we call the BetterAuth API to create a new user, hash the password, set their session, and sign them in. Then the user is automatically redirected to the dashboard. But here's where the magic happens. Inngest triggers a new event app user created. Then, using Gemini, we generate a personalized welcome intro, and finally, we send out a welcome email via node mailer. The best thing is that all of this is happening in the background. The user doesn't wait for the email to be sent, and AI customizes the email based on the investment profile. So now that you have a clear understanding of the flow, let's complete it. We have already created the form for the user to sign up, but now we need to get back to the onSubmit handler. That's gonna be right here within app auth signup page. If you scroll down a bit, you should be able to see an empty onSubmit. Inside this handler, we need to call a server action to process the entire signup flow. So let's start with that. Here, we will very soon call the sign up with email server action. But let's first create it by heading over to lib, create a new folder called actions, and then create a new file called auth actions.ts. Within it, first things first, let's add the use server directive, because for all of the code within this file, we only want it to be called within the server, because it might contain some sensitive data, passwords, and so on. Then we will create and export this new sign up with email function and make it equal to an asynchronous function that accepts the data of a type sign up form data. We'll then open up a try and catch block. In the catch, of course, we'll get the error. And then if something goes wrong, we can simply console log the sign up failed error message and also pass the actual error like this. And we can return a success of false and then error saying sign up failed. Okay, but what are we gonna do in the try? Well, here, we're gonna first make a call to BetterAuth that'll handle the user creation, password hashing, and session creation by saying const response is equal to await auth.api.signup_email. And to it, we can pass the body, which will contain an email equal to data.email, a password equal to data.password, and finally, a name equal to data.fullName. Make sure to spell it properly, and make sure to import this auth object coming from lib betterauth auth. Finally, if we get back a response, which means if a user creation is successful, we then want to trigger the ingest background processing. So I'll say await ingest.send, and we're going to send out a new event with the name of app/user.created. And make sure to import this ingest instance coming from lib ingest client. Now, to this event, we can also provide some additional data, such as the email, which will be equal to data.email. Now, just so we don't have to repeat data every single time, we can actually destructure some data properties right here from above, such as the email, password. We can also get the full name. Let's get the country, investment goals, risk tolerance, and the preferred industry. And now you don't have to repeat yourself by saying data, data, data. Instead, you can just say email, password, and so on. And if both the key and the value have the same value, then you can just remove the latter. For the name, you can keep it because it says full name right here. And here it is just email. After email, we also want to pass a name of full name. We want to pass a country, investment goals, risk tolerance, as well as the preferred industry. And all of that together are parts of the data that we send over alongside this new ingest event. Finally, we can return success to true because now we're handing over this responsibility over to ingest to ensure that this user actually receives the email in the background. And I'll send over the data as a response. So just to recap, BetterAuth will create a new user record in the MongoDB user collection. It'll hash the password, generate and store session tokens, and set the token for session management. Then it'll sign the user in, and then after a user is successfully registered, we'll trigger the app user created event to do a background job via ingest to process additional user data and onboarding workflows. And now we are ready to connect the dots. Head back over to lib ingest functions. And right here where we're sending the logic, we can now actually call a logic from NodeMailer to send a welcome email. So right here, we can remove this comment and say return await send welcome email. And we can pass over email, which we can get over from the data. So we might need to destructure the data right here by saying const data is equal to event. So we're getting it from the event. And we can further destructure the data into email and name so that now we can very easily pass it here. Email, name, and intro, which will actually just be intro text, the one that we created above. So now we can all send it within this single one-liner, send welcome email. And before we update our onSubmit to finally utilize all of these functionalities, let's actually install a ShadCN Sonar component, which is basically a toast, so we can show an error or a success once the form is submitted. You can install it by running npx shadcn add latest add sonar. Then you can copy its usage by heading over into app layout, copying the import right here, toaster from the top, and then you can just call it right below your main children, like this. Finally, when you want to use it, you would just say import toast and toast it. So now let's head back over to our onSubmit. And first things first, we want to get a result of the call sign up with email, which we have to import from the top and pass over the data. Then, if we get back a result success, in that case, we want to use the router functionality. So let's also set up the router right here at the top by saying const router is equal to use router coming from Next navigation, where you can say router.push to /, because once we log in, we want to navigate the user to the home page. In this case, it looks like it's complaining about a property success not existing on this type. So let's head over to sign up with email and let's check out what we are returning. We are returning a success either set to true or false. And it looks like it's there, but it's wrapped within a promise. So take a look at this. It says below, did you forget to use await? Well, yeah, the sign up with email is an asynchronous function, and I indeed did forget to use an await. So I can just click it right here and WebStorm will auto-fix it for me. This is great. Huge thanks to TypeScript and WebStorm for actually working together to fix this for me before the error even happened. And now in the catch, we can just console log the actual error and we can show a toast, something like toast.error. Make sure to import this toast coming from Sonar and then just say toast.error sign up failed. And then you can pass it the description saying that if an error is an instance of error object, then we can make it error message. Else we will just say something like failed to create an account. And I called it E instead of error, so we can say E right here as well. So let's give it a shot. If I now head back to our application, I reload it to make sure that all the changes have been made, and I start entering my info, such as Adrian JS Mastery. I'll enter my email address, and I'll enter a password, as well as a country. The select field works very well. Let's say that I am aiming for a growth goal with a high risk tolerance, and of course I prefer the tech. Now bear with me, we made a lot of changes, so it's possible that something doesn't go right on the first try. But I'll trust myself, so I won't go ahead and open up terminals just yet. Let's click it and see how it goes. Okay, it's loading. And hey, we actually got redirected to the homepage. This is huge. If this worked for you on the first try, amazing job. It means that we successfully integrated Inngest, NodeMailer, and made it all work together. Well, at least we'll check that part very soon. If it didn't work for you, you most likely have a typo or two somewhere in the code. If that is the case, I would highly recommend to check out the video kit and go over to the source code. Here you can see the commit that I will just do, and then you can compare your code to mine and make sure that all the files are the same so that you can experience the app working fully. With that in mind, we now have real user info, so we can remove this John placeholder. So let me actually go over here and head over to, that's going to be app root layout. Here, we'll get access to the current session by saying await auth dot API dot get session, and to it we can pass an object where we'll pass over the current headers by saying await headers, and these headers are coming from next headers. Make sure to make this function async since we're using await within it. With that, the warnings are gone, and now that we have the session, we want to use it to get the user. But if a session doesn't exist or a user on that session, we simply want to use the redirect functionality coming from next navigation to redirect the user back to /sign-in. But if a user does exist, we'll form the user object. The first thing will be an ID, so that's going to be session.user.id. Then we'll have the name, so I'll say session.user.name, and finally it'll be the email of session.user.email. Once we have all the real user data, we can now pass it over as a prop to the header of user. And then if you head over to the header, you can accept the user object. It's going to be a user of a type user. And then you can pass over that user to the user dropdown. Are we doing a bit of props drilling? Well, maybe a bit, but for now, we're fine. So head over to the user dropdown. Once again, get access to this prop. That's going to be user of a type user. And finally, no longer we have to use this fake user, so just delete it, and everything else should work just fine. Now it should pick up my real name, my real email, and later on, if we implement Google Auth, it should also pick up the photo. Okay, so we are logged in. Everything appears to be good, but let's do some cross checks. Back within MongoDB, if you head over into your database cluster and then head over to collections, you should be able to see 3 collections auto-generated for you. Oh, and look, there's some new data explorer that we can maybe try. Hopefully it looks good as it did before. If I head over to the cluster and then I open up test, I can see the 3 new collections. There's an account right here, a session created for the user, as well as the user itself. Better off, handle this like a champ. Everything just works. Now, if you head back over to localhost 8288, that's the Inngest dev server, and head over to monitor runs, you should see an event with the trigger of app user created. If you click on it, you'll see that this event ran, it took in some input, and it generated the successful output, which means that it should have successfully communicated it over to NodeMailer, which then should have sent us an email. And check this out. This email template is looking good. It says, welcome to Signalist, your stock market toolkit is ready. We have a nice looking preview at the top, and then it says, welcome aboard, Adrian. Perfect timing. With your high risk tolerance and focus on technology growth, our platform is ideal for spotting the next big thing. And then it provides some custom things that we can do onto the platform, and you can also head over to the dashboard. Of course, this will actually work once we deploy our application. But the most important thing is that the email is now here. Perfect. Okay, so now that we're signed in, let's actually try to implement sign out. Because right now, if you click it, nothing will happen. We haven't yet implemented the logic. So first things first, head over into the actions folder, specifically authactions.ts. And right below sign up with email, we'll also create a sign out server action by saying export const sign out, which is equal to an asynchronous function. It'll have a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console.error or console log, something like sign out failed, and we can return a success of false with the error message of sign out failed. But in the try, we can use BetterAuth to handle the session cleanup and cookie clearance. So I'll say await auth.api.signout, and to it, I'll pass an object containing the headers, which are going to be equal to await headers. And these headers are, of course, coming from next headers. In this case, BetterAuth will handle the entire logout process by reading the session token from the HTTP-only cookie. It'll then remove the session from MongoDB session collection, clear out all the authentication logic, invalidate the session, and then finally log us out. So now if you click right here, you can see that we successfully get back to sign in. And now if you reload, you kind of go back to the homepage. Oh, wait, I'm not right there. If I try to go back to the homepage, it looks like we're still logged in. We just did a redirect, but I never actually used the sign out action within our hero. So let's head over into our user dropdown. And right here where we're handling the sign out, also just call await sign out and import it from lib actions auth actions and then push over to sign in. So if we do it now and then you log out, and if you try to come back, it'll not actually allow you to go back to the localhost. Perfect. So the last step is to implement the sign in flow. And this sign in flow is a very simple flow focused on auth only. No background processing, no ingest events triggered. So what it does is we simply fill in our email and password. We pass it over to BetterAuth. If we're successful, we redirect to the dashboard. If not, we show an error message. So let's implement this new server action by heading over to auth actions. I will actually start doing it by duplicating the sign up with email function just below. And I will rename it to sign in with email. It's going to accept just the data from which we can destructure the email and the password, nothing else. These are the only things we're getting from the front end. In this case, we're going to call the response, but we're going to call the sign in email function from BetterAuth, and we'll pass in only the email and the password. Finally, we will not be doing anything else. Rather, we'll be just returning a success of true and a response here. If something fails, we can say sign in failed and sign in failed right here. Finally, we can update our submit handler that is in our sign in form this time. And here we have our on submit. So what we can do is basically duplicate the one on the sign up by copying it, pasting it over here, and making a few modifications. Instead of calling the sign up with email, we'll call the sign in with email. We also need to set up the router. So at the top, I'll say const router is equal to use router. Make sure to import that from Next navigation. Then if there's result success, we want to do the router push. Else we'll say sign in failed, and we'll say failed to sign in. Couple of things right here. This is going to be the sign in form data, which we're passing right into it. And also this will not be sign in email because that is just a BetterAuth function. Rather, we'll be calling our own server action that we created, sign in with email. This one right here, to which we're going to pass the sign in form data. It looks like it's complaining a bit. Oh, that's because I duplicated this too. It should say sign in form data. Now, nobody's complaining and it's looking good. So let me type in my email and my password and click sign in. Signing in is working and I successfully got redirected, which means that everything is working perfectly. And just when you think we might be done, there's one final thing we have to do to secure our application. See, when using BetterAuth with Next.js, it is recommended to only check for the existence of a session cookie to handle redirection, to avoid blocking requests by making API or database calls. So they recommend using the get session cookie helper from BetterAuth for this purpose. So create a new folder and call it middleware. And within middleware, create a new file called index.ts. And there you can copy and paste this file right here. What we're doing is simply checking for the session cookie through the request. And if it doesn't exist, we prevent the unauthorized users to log in. In this case, we have to specify the routes that the middleware applies to. And I created a custom matcher string specifically for our application. So you can declare an array. And then in the video key down below, you'll be able to find this middleware matcher string that's going to work for our application. Finally, you can head over within the auth layout. So that is auth layout.tsx. And right at the top, check for the existing session by saying const session is equal to await auth coming from auth.ts .api.get session, to which you can pass the headers equal to await headers coming from next headers. And then finally, if a session user exists, then you will redirect over to the home page so that authorized users don't have to look at the authentication pages. And let's properly redirect it using Next navigation. Now, if you're logged in and visit the sign in page, you should be redirected back to the home page. But if you're logged out and you try to head back to localhost 3000 and you reload the page, then you'll be redirected back to the auth pages. And we can even explore all of that on our full screen by logging in into my real account through real fully functional authentication and database setup. And it is all working perfectly. Oh, and let's not forget this personalized welcome email that gets sent in the background through Inngest. This is already starting to feel like an amazing application. So let's not forget to commit it by heading over to our terminal and running git add dot git commit -m, implement authentication logic, and run git push. Now, if you head back, you'll notice that our database branch has another commit added to it. So we can open up a PR from database or auth if you created another branch for this one to merge it into main. And just like that, here's a summary by CodeRabbit. And this is actually the code walkthrough that I was most looking forward to because we've added so many different features within this single commit. So there's going to be a lot of good stuff. Let's just remind ourselves of what we did. We added the email and password authentication via BetterAuth with session checks, server actions for sign-in, sign-ups, and sign-outs, middleware guarding routes, and we wired it all through UI. We also introduced Inngest client and a function to generate a personalized welcome email using Gemini and send out that email via node mailer templates. We also added a Sonar toaster and return the MongoDB connection. You can read out through the more details right here. And here is now growing larger sequence diagram of all of the changes that have happened. So first, a user can submit a sign-up form, sign up with email data server action, which calls BetterAuth that then gives us a response. If we fail, then we go through the failure. But if we succeed, then we emit an event app user created profile, which then adds a new ingest event to the queue. We do some logic for figuring out what email to send, and there we go. It succeeds. But we could also show this in a different way. The steps right here are not 5, 6, 7, 8, and then success on 13 and 14. Rather, as soon as we do step 5 and forward over that event over to ingest, then immediately in step 6, we redirect the user to the homepage. And all of this is happening in the background because that's what Inngest is all about. This was a fairly complex PR, so it definitely took a bit longer, and it's related to all the other PRs we've done. Let's also read this quick poem by CodeRabbit, where a rabbit taps deploy with glee. New signups hop from A to Z. Inngest drums, the emails sing, Gemini pens a sparkling string. Middleware guards the garden gate. Toast pops up, all systems great. Thump thump, ship it, don't be late. Perfect. I love it. It's exactly what we needed after this long commit. And we've also received a couple of PR suggestions. Things such as removing unused imports and avoiding client server action calls, or better handling refreshes after auth. Most of these are actually super useful. So I would highly recommend you taking the time, going through them for your own PR, and implementing those changes within the codebase. Once you do that, you can go ahead and merge it. Great job coming this far into the course. But believe it or not, we're just getting started. Because immediately in the next lesson, we'll double down on our email notifications and implement a daily news delivery system. In this lesson, we'll implement the daily news delivery system feature. The best part is, we're using Inngest workflows to handle everything, from scheduling to retries to AI integration, so we don't have to worry about wiring it all together ourselves. First, we schedule the workflow with Inngest, so it automatically runs every day at 12 p.m. UTC. The step one for the workflow will be to retrieve all the users who should receive the daily news. Then, for step two, for each user, it checks their watchlist symbols, which are the stocks they care about. If there are some stocks, then it pulls in stock-specific news. If not, that's okay. It gracefully falls back to the general market news. Step 3 is to make the news more digestible. For that, we'll use Inngest's built-in AI to summarize the articles in a short, personalized digest. And as the step 4, finally, the workflow will use our node mailer function to send out the summarized news emails, with Inngest handling retries automatically in case of any hiccups. So, with just a few steps, Inngest gives us automation, reliability, and AI-powered personalization all in one go. So, let's set up the Send Daily News summary. It'll be an Inngest workflow within which we'll map out all of its steps and then implement each function one by one. So, we can head over into lib, ingest, functions, and then within here, I will collapse the send signup email function, and instead, we'll create a new one, which will be called Send Daily News Summary. It'll be equal to ingest.create function, and then we can give it an ID, like before. This time we'll call it Daily News Summary, and as the second parameter, we have to provide when is it getting called, like the event. Here, we said that it'll get called when a user gets created. But for this one, I'll make this an array and define two different things. The first one will be an event, like before, and that'll be app/send daily news, okay? But it will also make it a cron job, which means that it will run at a specific interval. So we will say run every day, so 0, 12, and then asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This is how you can define that it's running every day at 12 p.m. UTC. And we can close it right here. Now, I can ask Junie to explain this string right here. So I'll just press Command-Shift-P and type in Junie and just ask it to explain a bit more about this cron setting timelines. And just like that, it provided us with a full explanation right here within the file itself. So it says that the format is minutes, hours, day of month, month, and then day of week, which means that the current setting would set 0 for the minute of the hour, and then 12 hours every day, running daily at 12 p.m. UTC. And it also gave you a couple of examples that you can use, such as every hour, every day, weekdays, or first day of each month. Pretty cool, right? So this shows you that Junie is not great just for writing code, but also explaining stuff, which means that you can use it as your learning companion as well. I always try to be as detailed with my explanations when I'm going over some code, but in case I don't go in as much depth as you wanted about a specific feature like Inngest create function, you can check the docs, or you can just go ahead and ask Junie to explain it in a bit more detail in a way that would stick with you. And then finally, the third step is to create an asynchronous function where we get access to the step, and then we can define some steps right here. The step number 1 would be to get all users for news delivery, just as I explained a bit before. Then we have a step number 2, which is to fetch personalized news for each user. Then we have a step number 3, and that is to summarize these news via AI for each user. And finally, the step 4 is to finally send the emails. So now it's our job to implement each one of these steps of this workflow. Let's start with the step 1, and that is getting all users for news delivery. We'll create a new server action, and that'll be within lib actions, and I'll do it within a new action, which will be called user.actions.ts. Within it, we can create and export a new get all users for news email server action, which is going to be an asynchronous action. Since this is a server action, we need to use the server directive at the top. And let's fix this typo right here, which you can notice WebStorm very nicely points out to me right here. So that's going to be users. Perfect. Now, as usual, I'll open up a try and catch block. We can very quickly figure out the catch, where I will simply console.error, the actual error message, saying something like error fetching users for news email. And then we can also console log the actual error for more details, and then return an empty array because we were not able to fetch the users. In the try, we can get access to the database by saying mongoose is equal to await connect to database. Remember, we have to do this because we're in a serverless environment, which means that for every new server action, we have to reconnect to the database once again, but it's efficient because we're catching it from the cache. And then we can get access to the DB by saying mongoose.connection.db. If there is no DB for whatever reason, we're simply going to throw a new error saying something like mongoose connection not connected. After we have the database, we can fetch all the users by saying const users is equal to await db.collection user collection dot find, and we want to find it based off of the email criteria. So I'll say email exists is true. So we need the email field to exist, and we're using the $sign notation for this. And then we also want it to be not equal to null. We can also define which fields we want to get back by saying projection. And then I will want to get back the ID. So I'll say 1, the ID as well. So the first is the underscore ID, then is the ID, then the email, the name as well, and the country. And I will simply say all of this within this function dot to array. So we're going to convert whatever we get back into an array. Once we get back these users, we then want to return users dot filter, and want to filter out only those users for which we have the name and the email. So we get a singular user, and only if user.email exists and if user.name exists as well. Then we can proceed by further mapping our user array by getting the user, and now we can define what do we want to automatically return. So automatic return means parentheses and then curly braces. For each user, we want to set their ID to be equal to user.id or user._id $.2string, or an empty string if neither of those two exist. We want to set their email to user.email, and we want to also set their name to user.name. Perfect. And we're here returning all the users, which means that the step 1 of our send daily news has now been accomplished. And we can head back over right here. And below this comment where it says step 1, you can now say const users is equal to await step.run get all users, and then we can pass the function that will be called for that step. So that is the get all users for news email. We can then make a simple check saying if no users or if users.length is triple equal to 0. In that case, we can simply return a success of false, as well as a message no users found for news email. Perfect. And now we are ready for step 2. Step 2 is to fetch the personalized news for each one of the users. So now that we have the user's details, we can now get each of their watch lists and fetch their personalized news. So we can do that by setting up a new model in our database. This model will be called a watch list. So head over into database and create a new folder, which you can call models. And then within models, create a new file and call it watchlist.model.ts. You can think of a watch list like a playlist for songs, but instead of songs, it'll hold your favorite stocks. We have to create a schema that will create a new collection in our database so that each user can save and come back to the stocks they care about the most. We'll develop that feature later on, but for now, since our send daily news summary logic needs it, let's set up its schema first. I think this is the perfect opportunity to dive into a bit of AI-assisted development to teach you how we can be that much more of an efficient developer. Because nowadays, using AI to your advantage is the best thing you can do. And don't be afraid of it. So in my case, I'll open up Junie, and instead of ask, I will use the code mode, and we can start typing the prompt right here. Now, this would typically be very easy, saying something like implement the watchlist model and give it a couple of prompts. But in this case, just so both you and I have the same output, I decided to take some time to write a bit more quality prompt, which you can find in the video kit down below. You can copy it, so you can paste it right here or in your AI of choice, so we get the same results. Let's go through it together. We need to set up a watchlist system for our app. Here's what you should build. First, a watchlist model. In this case, I'll also provide it with the entire file path, so the file is in the same place for both of us. Then we create a Mongoose schema with a couple of fields, the user ID, symbol, company, everything we need. And I also ask it to export an interface so we can use it so that TypeScript knows what this specific watchlist model is all about. Then we create a couple of actions, a function to get watchlist symbols by email, and then within FinHub actions, we also ask it to write the get news by symbol function that gets the latest news and returns them. Finally, within Inngest function, we keep the existing sign-up email, and we modify the send daily news function, but this time we're working on the second step. And we tell it to use the functions from libutils when needed. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, our utils file is completely empty, or it just has the CN. So within the video kit down below, you can find the complete libutils file, which you can copy and paste before you run this command, so that AI can actually use a couple of things from here, like formatting the price, or getting the date range, or so on. And with that in mind, I'll turn on the Brave mode. And in this case, I don't even think we need to make it think more. I think it'll automatically be able to do everything we ask of it. So let's give it a go and see what it generates. Once it's done, we'll go through it together to still ensure that both you and I have the same structure. And now it's working on a plan. It's inspecting the existing DB connections and related files to ensure proper imports. It started by reading the entire utils files so that it knows which functions it can use. And now it's getting to work. You can see that it already implemented the entire watchlist schema and the corresponding TypeScript interface, and it's adding the watchlist actions, the FinHub actions, and now it'll make sure to use all of these functions within the necessary steps of our Inngest workflow. There we go, it's updating them. And there we go, it is all done. Implemented a watchlist model with a unique index and strong typing, creating server actions to fetch user watchlist symbols and news with caching and error handling, added ingest function to send daily news summaries with placeholders for AI processing and email sending, and it capped it at 6 articles per user. But now, let's cross-verify it. First things first, in our database, it is exporting the interface of watchlist item, which extends the document. It has the user ID, the symbol, the company, and the added at, which is a date, which is exactly how I wanted it. And then it created the actual schema, which is a new watchlist item schema. And it has a couple of fields, such as the user ID of a type string, which is required and indexable, symbol, which is a string, required, uppercase, and trimmed, company, which is a string, required, and trimmed, and added a date, which is a date defaulting to now. Then we also compound the index to ensure that users can't add the same stock twice. So you can see schema, user ID 1, symbol 1, unique to true. So we're preventing duplicate symbols per user. Finally, we're exporting that watch list as a model so we can use it later on. Perfect. Now we have to head over into our lib actions, and then we have 2 new action files. The first one are the watchlist action, and here it created this new get watchlist symbols by email function, which will return a user's watchlist symbols by their email, and if user not found or if errors occur, it will simply return an empty array. Perfect. Let's make sure it's doing it in the right way. It's connecting to the database exactly how we did it not that long ago. See? No need to repeat ourselves. Then it should find a user from the database by using find one, and in this case, it is matching it by email. Maybe in this case, we don't have to make it lowercase. Email can match to an email in any case. And maybe no need to clean up the actual user right here. We can just return it as it is after we find it by email. There we go. If no user exists, simply return an empty array. After that, we want to get a user ID. It's user.id or user._id. And then we get the actual watchlist items by saying watchlist.find based off of the user ID, return a symbol and make it lean, and then finally map over those items and just return a symbol. I don't think we need to uppercase it in this case. Should be fine, although most symbols are indeed uppercase. Okay, this function is looking good to me. And now that we have our watchlist symbols, the next step is to create a get news server action, which will fetch the latest news related to the symbols in the user's watchlist. That's within FinHub actions.ts. So here you can see that it made use of 3 different functions from utils: get date range, validate article, and format article. And thankfully, it did not forget to add the use server directive at the top. Then we're defining the data we need to access a new API. It's FinHub API that gives us the news data. In this case, I won't export these 2 constants. We'll just use it in this file right here to fetch the data. And FinHub is a typo, so WebStorm nicely noticed that. But in this case, we can maybe add FinHub to dictionary because that's the name of the actual API that's going to give us back the data. Head over to FinHub API v1, and then it says, please use an API key. So if you just head over to finhub.io and click get free API key, you'll be able to very quickly create a free account. I'll just say Adrian JS Mastery, enter my JavaScript Mastery 00@gmail.com and a password. Once you do that, in a matter of seconds, you'll get your API key, which you can copy. Head over into your .env, and right here, you can say FinHub, and then add your next_public_FinHub with a double N API key, and make it equal to this key you just copied. But just make sure that this name of the key is the same as it is right here. Perfect. Then we create a simple helper function that allow us to make a fetch request. And then within the get news, the magic happens. We get a date range of 5 days. We get our token. We clean up the symbols if needed. And then if we have the symbols, we then use this API to try to fetch company news per symbol and select some of them. So if clean symbols.length is greater than 1, in that case, we make a request to FinHub base URL /company news symbol. We pass the symbol and we say from which dates do we want to get the info. And then we also provide our token, which is the actual API key. Then we want to get back some articles. And once we collect the articles, we just add them to the list. Then, if no symbols are provided, then we fetch some general market news. And finally, return the formatted articles. This seems good to me. I'll proceed with this, and you can proceed with what AI generated for you. At the end, if for whatever reason it doesn't work, I'll still provide you with the final code so you can copy and paste it for these files to be 100% sure that you have the same exact code that I have. And now that we have this function, we can head back over into our lib ingest functions, and then we can use it. In this case, it looks like Junie already did it for us. So if you take a look at the step 2, it properly recognized that it needs to add this part as a part of a step. So let's go through together. Here, we get the results of the user news data. We run the step called prepare news per user, or maybe we can simplify the name to something like fetch user news. Then we run an asynchronous function and try to fetch the right data for each one of these users. First, getting their symbols, and then finally getting the articles for those symbols. Then we enforce a max 6 articles limit per user, and if still empty, we fall back to general news. Finally, for each user, we push the news. And now it looks like Junie already prepared the baseline for what we need to do in step 3 and 4, and that is to summarize these news via AI. So now that we've pulled in each user's personalized news, it's time to let AI do the heavy lifting. In this step, we'll use Inngest's AI feature to take all that raw news data and summarize it into a clean, easy to read digest for every user. Let's start from scratch, right below the comment. I'll say const user news summaries, which will be of a type where we get a user of a type user, as well as news content of a type string or null if for whatever reason it does not exist, and it'll be an array of those at the start equaling to an empty array. Then we want to do a for of loop by saying for const, where we destructure the user and the news for that user, of user news data, or in this case, this is the results that we got from the step above. So we'll map over those results. Then for each iteration of the loop, we'll open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we will simply console log this error by saying console.error and say failed to summarize news for, and then we can also give it a specific email. So I'll say for user.email. And if that is the case, we'll say user news summaries dot push. We'll push the user, but we'll set the news content to be equal to null. But if our previous function was successful, that means that if right here from step 2, for each user, based off of the stocks they're tracking, we fetch 6 articles talking about those stocks. If we fetch that, we can then use that data to feed it into the AI to generate a summary out of it and turn it into a nice, easily scannable email. So right within the try block, I will define the prompt by saying news summary email prompt, which is coming from Constance. And if you want to head over into it, you can command click it. And this is one of those email templates that I provided to you before, where we generate the HTML content for that email, and we give it some instructions for how to style it properly. If you want to read through this, take your time. And if you want to ask some questions about it, maybe you can ask Junie to explain. In this case, we want to add a replace to replace a string of news data with the actual news data. So that's going to be json.stringify news null and 2 to pass it in a more readable format. Then, now that we have the prompt, we can use Inngest to very easily call the AI to summarize those news. That'll be const response is equal to await step.ai.infer in a template string summarize news dash, and then we can provide the user email like this. And then as the second parameter to infer, we have to provide additional options. So open up an options object and then pass in a model, which we want to use. In this case, let's say step.ai.models.gemini. I found a model of Gemini 2.5 Flash Lite to do the trick. And then next to the model, we can also define the body of what we want to pass to it. So I'll define the contents. Within the contents, we can define the role of the user, as well as the parts we want to feed into it. And the parts will be an array where there's only a single text, which will be the actual prompt containing the news data that we want to feed into it. So that should give us access to the response. So let's fetch the part of the response that we need by saying const part is equal to response.candidates $.0.content.parts $.0 to get the first part. And then we can fetch the news content by saying in parentheses, if a part exists and the string of text is in part, then return the part.text, else return null, or just return a message saying something like no market news. If you have some time, you can turn this into an actual email template that looks good, but still says the same thing. No news in this case. Although we should rarely see this message, as either we're fetching fully personalized data or we're fetching the generic data. Finally, we are ready to make use of this data by saying user news summaries dot push, and want to push in the user as well as the news content. Perfect. So now we're pushing the new data. Oh, and this is very important. Depending on how the AI returned the previous data, in this case, it looks like that it returned the user and the articles, and I read it as news. So instead of news, we should be fetching the articles that we're passing over into AI. So I will just rename this part to articles. And then whenever news is being used, we'll just use articles instead. Perfect. Nice catch, TypeScript. And finally, we are ready to send those emails. Now that the data is all collected, it's time to deliver it. We'll start by creating a new node mailer function where we'll define the mail options and prepare the HTML template for the email. So head over into lib node mailer index.ts, and here, instead of sending a welcome email, I'll create another function to send out the summary email. And once again, considering that we have written a function that is very similar to this one, instead of typing it all out by hand once again, we can ask Junie to generate this new email summary function. This one I won't provide to you in the video kit. So I ask of you to pause this video right now and practice prompting a bit. See how well you can write the prompt to generate a function that will, like the send welcome email function, actually send out a summary email, and this is the function that we'll then use in the fourth step of our workflow. Pause this video and give it a shot, and then I'll show you how I'd approach it in 3, 2, 1. There we go. I already have a send welcome email function using NodeMailer that builds an HTML template, sets the mail options, and calls the send email function. Now I want a similar function called send news summary. It should accept the following params. It should use the news summary email template, and it should send it from the same things that we used before. So generate this function. Let's do it, and let's see how well it does. And there we go. In a couple of seconds, it implemented this send news summary email. So let's see whether we need to make any changes. It's called send summary email. It's accepting the email, date, and the news content. And it is taking the new template that we're importing from NodeMailer templates called news summary email template, replacing the date and the news content so we can properly send out the email. It also has the similar mail options as before. Signal this news to the email of the user with a nice subject with the current date and some text and the template. Looking good to me. Feel free to pause this video and modify it if you need to. Now I'll head back over to the step 4, and we can update our ingest function to send the latest news to our users. We'll start with what Junie prepared for us before, await step.run send news emails, which is an asynchronous function. And within here, we will open up a promise all. So I'll say await promise.all, because we'll be sending it to all the users at the same time. We want to map over the user news summaries dot map. Within it, we'll have an asynchronous function. And for each of the user, we'll also get the news content, but make sure to destructure that. And then for each one, we can open up a new function block and check if there is no news content. We'll simply return false. But if there is news content, we'll then return the await send news summary email. And this is a function that we created right here within NodeMailer. But to it, we have to provide an object that expects an email of user.email, a date of format, date today. This is coming from our libutils. And then finally, we also have to pass the news content itself, the most important thing for the email. And that's it. Let's make sure to properly close the previous step. I think that right here, we need to close this step. There we go. And then finally, we are ready to return success as true, as well as message of daily news summary emails sent successfully. There we go. So these are the 4 steps that we have implemented. First, we get all emails that have opted in for news delivery. Then for each user, we get the watchlist symbols, and then we fetch the latest news for those stocks. Once that is done, we then summarize the news via Inngest AI using the Gemini 2.5 model. And then finally, we use NodeMailer to send out those emails. Everything is happening exactly as we defined it within the 4 steps. And it's all a part of an ingest workflow. So now we have to register our function with ingest by adding it to the serve route handler. So head over into app, API, ingest route.ts, and append it right here to functions after the send signup email. Add the send daily news email summary like this, coming from ingest functions. And now it's time to see it in action and test our daily news summaries sent to our email. First, just to be safe, go ahead and restart your server by running npm run dev. Now that this is running, in a separate terminal, run the ingest server by running npx ingest-cli at latest dev. This will run it on localhost, I think it's 8288. There we go. So open that in the browser. And if you head over into functions, you'll see the sign up email, which is triggered when the user is created. But now there's also this daily news summary function, which is registered and is running like a cron job. Currently, it's set to trigger every 12 p.m. UTC, but to test it, let's update it to schedule to, let's say, 2 minutes from now. Maybe we can do that using Junie. So I'll head over, press Command-Shift-P Junie, and just this time I'll use ask, not code. And then I'll tell it to update this cron so that it runs exactly 2 minutes from now in ingest time. It should find where we have this cron and update it so that it runs in 2 minutes. And as you can see, it updated the function. So now if you head over to the changed file, this cron will be different for you. And now just head over into your email. Or if you still don't get any emails, maybe you can ask it to run it every minute instead, so that we know that it didn't mess up the time zones or the time for you. So I'll say run it every minute. After that, of course, we'll have to turn it off so that it stops sending us emails. If you do it, you'll see that it updated it. So now it's saying everything, just asterisks. And if you head back over right here, you'll see the same thing. If you expand it, it'll say every minute, next run in less than a minute. So let's wait for that run, and then we should be able to see it right here under runs. And there we go. It says running. This is perfect. It triggered the daily news summary. It is taking some time because it first has to collect all the data, and only then it has to synthesize it and summarize it and turn it into a nice digestible email. So you can see exactly what's happening. It is running it. You can see different parts or different steps that it's doing. Getting all users, fetching user news didn't take that much time, but then summarizing the news content is taking a bit more time, but we don't really care because this is all happening in the background, right? The workflow, we don't even know it's happening. Users don't know that it's happening. It's all running in the background and not slowing down our app. So finally, after getting the news, it went ahead and summarized it, and then it sent out all the emails, and we get back all the data right here within our browser. This is just absolutely amazing. Oh, and look, it's already running the second one. So I very quickly have to go back to this functions file and just bring it back to only send it once per day and save it so that we don't get so many emails into our inbox. But take a look. Daily news summary emails sent successfully. So if you head back to your browser, check this out. Signalist news, market news summary today, and take a look at this beautiful email. Market news summary for today, as Fed nears, and then it's giving me the general news in this case because we haven't yet selected the stocks that we want to track. But this is still amazing. It's separating it into breaking news, the business and tech, and then some more information that I might find relevant when making stocks decisions. My 69-year-old boyfriend just moved in. He refuses to pay more than $1,300 in rent and won't do yard work. What should I do? Well, that's definitely a personal finance dilemma. But with that in mind, this is looking good. Keep in mind that right now, the unsubscribe button is just there for the design, so we might actually implement it later on. With that in mind, there should be no new daily summary runs besides the two, one that we wanted to get and then one that went away. And the next one should now be happening at a strict schedule once per day. You can see it right here under functions saying it's running at 12 p.m. In this case, since I'm coding just 20 minutes before it, it's coming up very soon. Hopefully that 69-year-old boyfriend that doesn't do any yard work will have done some yard work by then, so I'll read about it in the update. Jokes aside, you've just built and completed one of the most powerful features in our app, the daily news summary. Think about it. Every day, at the exact time we set, our app automatically fetches personalized stock news, summarizes it with AI, and delivers it straight to each user's inbox. That's huge. And here's the best part. Thanks to Inngest, we didn't have to stress about any of these background jobs. retries, or complicated scheduling logic. Inngest gave us easy scheduling with a single cron line, event triggers so we can run it on demand, and then auto retries to make sure that users always get their news. So take a moment to appreciate this. You now combined real-time data, AI, and workflows into one seamless feature. This isn't just coding. It's building a production-grade application. And yeah, working with workflows is typically such a pain. So team at Inngest, thanks for making working with workflows so smooth. And let's not forget to commit it. First things first, I'll create and check out to a new branch by running git checkout -b, and then let's create a new branch. I'll call it daily summary. Then run git add dot to add all the changes, git commit -m, and then add a message of something like implement daily news summary, and then git push, but in this case, it's gonna be git push set upstream origin daily summary to push to this new remote branch. Then open up the repo on GitHub, and you'll see that this new branch has some recent pushes. So go ahead and open up a pull request for all the changes we've implemented, because we are soon getting ready to merge it over to the main branch. But first, let's go through CodeRabbit's walkthrough. This one might get interesting, and we might have made a couple mistakes along the way, so hopefully CodeRabbit caught them. In this PR, we're adding a daily news summary feature, new FinHub news fetching utilities, watchlist model and actions, user fetching action, email sender for summaries, and an ingest function scheduled and routed to send summaries. Okay, that's a lot of changes. So let's review them based off of the summary. Here we're talking about all the files that we modified. We are registering a new ingest function called send daily news summary alongside send signup email. We're implementing the scheduled daily news summary workflow with per user processing. And all of that will look something like this. First, the user triggers the app send daily news, which is an ingest runtime. And then, let me zoom this in a bit more. We fetch all users for the news email. Then we get watchlist symbols by email. We fetch the symbols, fetch the general market news, and then we summarize the user-specific news. We do that using the summarizer. Finally, we send the summary email with all the details, and finally, we send it over to the email provider. And this PR was fairly complex to review, so let's see if we maybe had some issues. There are some nitpicky comments, but what I'm more concerned about is the full review. Here, it provides the review details, and it looks like it has 7 different comments. In this case, I'll show you how we can review those comments directly within the files changed. So if you head over here, you'll see that for some files, there's going to be messages coming from CodeRabbit, which looks exactly like a real code review by a senior developer. In this case, we're using a public FinHub API key. And it says right here that if the API key is missing, then we need to fail fast, which means that we need to immediately throw an error because the token doesn't exist. This I completely agree with. So instead of me having to manually copy and paste this code, check this out. Under committable suggestion, you can see an important tag saying that we need to carefully review the code before committing and ensure that it accurately replaces the highlighted code, no missing lines, and so on. So that human touch is still needed, but CodeRabbit will do the work. So in this case, I will apply a suggestion to check if a token doesn't exist. In that case, simply immediately throw a new error. So I'll click apply, and through a new commit, it'll actually apply that change. And now we can continue going through the rest of the files to see if there are some other changes. There's one more to avoid logging emails because emails could be sensitive. So in this case, we definitely don't want to log them to the console. In this case, CodeRabbit didn't provide a way for us to automatically commit the changes, but it provided a prompt for an AI agent to fix those mistakes. Of course, in this case, you can just go manually to the code and remove the part where we're console logging the user's emails. In this case, I'll see resolve comment, which is going to lead us to the second one. Here we have a type mismatch for summaries, and it gives us an immediate committable suggestion. Instead of user, we're saying user for news email because that type also has some additional information alongside just the general user object. So we're free to apply this suggestion as well. After that, there is another potential issue, which in this case is a bug, saying the date is a static value, compute today at send time. Format day to day is a module level constant, and it'll freeze on the first import and go stale. Compute per execution. This is actually a great piece of advice so that our date doesn't go stale. In this case, we can compute the date immediately, and it even provided a helper function that allows us to do that very easily, and a way for us to implement it using an AI agent. So in this case, let's test that out. I'll copy this prompt, head back over to the code, and open up Junie, and I will simply paste what I copied over from CodeRabbit. Let's see how well it does. And there we go. It says it replaced it. It successfully added the get formatted day to day within our utilities, and then it used it right here within the utils. So if we scroll down, it's executing this function at runtime so it doesn't get stale. Perfect. Of course, now we can just simply commit this to add it to the existing PR by running git add dot git commit -m fix date going stale before sending email, and then git push. It looks like there were some other changes that we made over to the PR. So in this case, you need to pull the changes first by running git pull and then git push. By considering that the branches started diverging because we're making changes on the remote branch and now we're pushing again from the local branch, we need to choose what we want to do. In this case, I'll say git pull --rebase. And finally, git push. So now this will get stale because new commit just came in. Let's continue going through the CodeRabbit's review. This one is quite interesting. This is coming from the verification agent, and it has the entire analysis chain explaining why we have this comment. It tried to verify the units because this function is assuming that the input is in millions of dollars. So if the market cap is in USD, not millions, then the thresholds are wrong. So we either have to document units better or switch to dollar-based thresholds. So it gave me the code to apply the US-based verification, and then it even gave me some validation of the web query that it used to validate that we are indeed wrong in this case by Googling what units does FinHub's market capitalization field use, USD or millions of USD. And as the result, it said that it's the full amount in USD, not expressed in millions. And it even gave us sources, which means that our logic for understanding the market cap is wrong and we have to fix it. This is actually a bug in the application. So I'll fix it very quick by prompting our AI agent to do it. I'll open up Junie once again and paste this prompt. In libutils around 25 to 35, the function treat the input as millions instead of full USD, rename the parameter to market cap USD, validate it with number that is finite, and then handle it accordingly. So let's do it right here. And I gotta say, it feels a bit surreal that CodeRabbit, an AI code reviewer, gave me a prompt that I can paste into another AI coding agent to fix the issue for me. Again, I don't mind, but just make sure to use some brain capacity in the process of doing it. You always have to validate that what these agents are communicating, either to you or among each other, is still correct. And in this case, we indeed do get a better formatted, more proper and more correct code, which is always fine by me. I'll go ahead and push it by saying git add dot git commit -m fix USD versus millions bug and git push. That commit message maybe wasn't as descriptive as it was supposed to be, but sometimes that's how the day-to-day looks like. You should always try to be as descriptive as possible so that when you're watching this commit message later on, separate it from the PR like this, or when somebody else is reading through it, they can understand exactly what is happening. With that in mind, I think we have now gone through all of the files, so we can mark them all as viewed. And with that, finish our review. You can see that some of these comments now got outdated, which means we're good, and let's go ahead and merge it. Perfect. So with that in mind, congrats on building the biggest feature of our Signalist application. I mean, that's what Signalist is all about, sending you daily stock summaries. Congrats. Now that the most important parts of our application have been finalized, for the rest of the video, I want to do something different. I want to make it a challenge for you. We still have to implement this stock details page as well as the search. So I want to ask you to pause this video right here, think about how you would approach this entire application and really do it on your own. Try developing it on your own. This entire pop-up that shows up right here, find which chat.cn component that is, and then implement it. Same thing for adding this additional page with some new indicators. But let's take it step by step. Focus on the search first. What I'll do is I'll prompt Junie to do it. You can try doing it on your own, and then we can compare. Or you can use Junie as well. In any case, this prompt that I'm gonna give right here, you can also feed it into Junie, or you can use it as a challenge for yourself. And that's gonna be the case for all of the other components that we're gonna develop in this course. So either feed it into Junie or challenge yourself to do it. The goal here is to build a minimal search command.tsx component using chat.cn's command UI with the following: states, open, search term, and loading, basic command or control K shortcut to toggle, handle select stock function that logs a simple text, and then only import the necessary React hooks, keeping the code clean. So let's get started. And there we go. The new search command has been implemented. Now it's serving a very simple purpose. If you take a look, you'll see that it's a very simple component. But of course, we have to add some additional logic to it to make it work. AI is great for quickly spinning up some things. I want to save it and check it out right away. So one way where we can use it is going to be within the nav items. So navigate over within the nav items component, and right at the top where we map over the nav items, instead of an immediate return, make it a regular function block, and then you can return this right here. But above, I'll add an if statement and check if label is triple equal to search. If that's the case, we'll return an li with a key equal to search trigger, and then within it, I will render the search command component that we declared in this previous component. I'll give it a render as property equal to text, a label of search, and I'll pass the initial stocks array prop equal to just an empty array at the start. And now if you head over into that search command, we can add how it's going to look like when it's not opened up. Right within the JSX, I will add this render as property and check if render as is triple equal to text. If that is the case, we want to render a span element, and within it, render the label that we're passing through. Else, if render as is not text, we can in that case render a button that will again render the label. So now we have to get all of these properties as props to this search command component. So right here, I will destructure render as by default equal to button. We will also get a label by default equal to add stock, and then the initial stocks array. If we pass all of those, it's no longer going to complain. And if you head back over here, you'll see a search icon, which for now doesn't do anything. But now we can make it work. So right here, both to this span and the button, at the same time, I will add an onClick property that will call the setOpenState and set it to true when clicked. It'll also have a class name equal to. Now for the text, it'll be search-text, and for the button, it'll be search-btn. So if you save this, you'll see that right now it still doesn't appear clickable, but it is, because if you click on it, you'll be able to see a list of some initial stocks that we can choose from. Then we can style it further, but before I do that, let me actually pull it to the side so it's a bit easier to see what we're working with. I'll pull it just far enough so we can still see the search while opened. There we go. And now we can further style it by passing a class name equal to this command dialog as search-dialog. Then here we have the command input. What I'll do is I'll wrap it within a div that has a class name equal to search-field, and then I'll put the command input right within it. And now you can see that the search stocks will be a bit different. We can also give the command input itself a class name equal to search-input, and then below the command input, still within the same div, we can check if we're currently loading, and if that is the case, we can render the loader2 component and give it a class name equal to search-loader. Perfect. Now below it, we have the command list, to which I'll give a class name of search-list. There we go. So now it looks more on brand. And now when it comes to showing an empty list, we'll make it a bit more intricate. I will first check for a loading state. And for now, I'll remove this entire group. So just we're within the list with the class name of search list. Now, if we are loading, in that case, I will return a command empty component with a class name equal to search list empty, and I'll say loading stocks ... Then if we're not loading, and if display stocks (length) is equal to 0, if that is the case, then I will return a div with a class name equal to search list indicator. And then depending on whether it's in the search mode, so if it's still searching, in that case, I'll say no results found. Else, if it finished searching, I'll say no stocks available for that specific search term. Of course, this display stocks and is search mode are variables which we have to define above. So let's do that right away. Right here at the top, below the states, I'll say const is search mode, whether the search exists. So search term, and we can trim it if needed. And then to turn this into a Boolean, we can use a double exclamation mark operator, which turns a truthy or a falsy value into a real Boolean. And then we can say const display stocks. So these are the stocks that we want to display. If we are in the search mode, then we'll display the stocks from state. We have to define that right here. So use state, stocks, set stocks, and then maybe at the start we can provide the initial stocks. Else, if we're not searching, we can just return stocks (slice 0 to 10, which are going to be the first 10 stocks that we get back. Now that we have those variables, we can come back and properly close this state right here. And then there's one more ternary operator that we have to close right here, and that is for when we actually have the stocks to show. So within it, I'll render a div with a class name equal to search-count. And now you can already start seeing something, no stocks available. But if we do have some stocks, we'll check if we are in the search mode. And if we are, then we're going to say search results. Else, we simply want to render the top most popular stocks. Then right below it, we also want to render the number of stocks. So I'll say display stocks (length) or 0 by default. So right now, if we try to get access to these initial stocks, you'll see that it's just an empty array. But later on, once we fetch it from the data, we'll be able to see some stocks right here. Finally, we are ready to map over those stocks. So I'll do that right below this div, where I'll map over display stocks (map), where we get each individual stock and an index. And for each one, we want to automatically return a list item with a key equal to stock.symbol, because they will be unique, and the class name of search item. And then we'll render a link within it, because each one of these links will lead to the stock details page of that stock. So that'll be a template string of /stocks/stock.symbol. We can also give it an on-click, which we'll call the handle select stock, as well as a class name, which will be equal to search item link. Now, to be able to see what we're developing right now, we have to modify the default stocks array. So I'll pass one demo stock, let's call it test. But of course, we have to give it a symbol. So let's say that symbol will be set to TST. Then it'll need to have a name, which will be set to test. Then we can also do an exchange. So which exchange is it traded on or traded within? And this one will be, let's say, NASDAQ, and then the type of the stock. In this case, I'll just render the word type. So now if we pass that over and open up the search, you'll see popular stocks 1. And now we're starting to develop how we will display that stock right here. Within this link, I will display a trending up. This is an icon with a class name of H4, W4, text-gray of 500. And we can close it right here. And now I'll also render a div within it that'll have a class name equal to flex-1. And within it, we'll render another div with a class name of search item name And this one will render the stock name. So now if I save it and open it up right here, you can see the name of the stock test. Then in a div below, that'll have a class name equal to text-sm and text-gray-500. We can render the stock.symbol, and then we can put some kind of a vertical line in between, and then render the exchange. And finally, we can render the type. So now if you save it, you'll see TST NASDAQ type. So now if there were more stocks, we would be able to display all of them. Let's also add an empty space right here before this popular stocks number. And this is already looking great. And you can open it up by pressing Command or Control K, which is exactly what you can do on all different types of dashboards or documentation pages. Looking great, but now we have to further modify what actually happens when we click on some of these list items. For example, this use effect is working out the Command K or Control K click, which is working well, so we can collapse it. And then we have the handle select stock, which doesn't have to have any value for now. We can just console log the stock selected, which of course will for now lead to a 404. This render as has to take in button as a string, not as a button type. And here we have to define the type of all of these props, which will be search command props. So now it knows that it has to receive the initial stocks, which is an array and a label. And we can also update the type of the initial stocks, which is going to be a stock with watchlist status. So maybe you can favorite it, and then that means that you have added it to your watch list. Perfect. And with that, we have our search. It looks like this, but now we have to make it functional by starting to display real stocks whenever users search for them. And for that, once again, we'll use FinHub. We used it before already to get the latest stock news, but in this case, we'll use it just to get the stocks themselves. You can think of FinHub like Google for financial data. It's an API service that gives us access to tons of stock market information. And the best part is that we don't have to maintain our own massive database. We can simply get every single stock out of there. You already got a key before, so that should work just fine. So head over into finhub.actions.ts. And here we want to create a search stocks action, which is going to search the stocks by symbol or a company name. Currently, we have just the get news, but below it, we want to be able to search for stocks. So once again, you can consider this as a challenge for yourself. In my case, I'll get Junie to start working. So I'll head back over right here. I formed a prompt for Junie telling it to build a TypeScript function called search stocks that mirrors this behavior or just searches for stocks. We want to use React Cache and the existing fetch.json function, as well as the URL and the tokens that we already have in this file. And then we wanted to build and export this search stocks function. So let's run it, and then we'll go through it together. And there we go. Junie just implemented the search stocks function with caching and error handling. It fetches the top popular stock or searches stocks based on the query. It returns mapped results with limited to 15 with consistent typing and no global states mutation. In case you weren't up for a challenge and decided not to use Junie's help, I also provide the final finhub.actions.ts file in the video kit down below, so you can get access to this function. But now, let's put it to use. I'll head back over to our search command.tsx, and whenever someone starts typing something out, we want to display the stocks result being picked up from the API. Now, here's the thing. Every single keystroke that a user makes will re-trigger the API call and make another request, which can slow down our entire application. And that's the perfect use case for a use debounce hook. You can think of it like a little delay button. So let's go ahead and implement it together, and I'll explain how it works. So head over within the hooks folder, and then create a new file, which you can call usedebounce.ts. Within it, we will export a new function called usedebounce, and you can note that it's a hook because it starts with the word use. It'll accept a callback function that we want to debounce. In this case, that's going to be a search, and it'll be of a type function that returns void, meaning doesn't return anything, it simply updates the state. And we also want to pass a delay for how long will it wait before it gets recalled. That'll be of a type number. So instead of firing a function right away, it will wait until a certain amount of time has passed, like 300 milliseconds. And why does this matter? Well, if you take our search command, normally as you start typing AAPL for Apple, your app will try to make 4 separate API calls. One for A, then one for AA, third one for AAP, and finally the final one for AAPL. That's a lot of unnecessary traffic. With debounce, the hook says, hold on, let's wait until the user is done typing, and then after 300 milliseconds, we'll fire just one clean API request. To make this work, we'll use 2 built-in hooks from React. So I'll import them. The first one is use callback, and the second one is use ref, coming from React. And we'll also give it a use client directive because we're using browser functionalities in this custom hook. Then I will define a timeout ref by making it equal to use ref at the start equal to null, and I will return a use callback with a callback function that'll check if timeout ref dot current is there, then it'll simply clear this timeout based on the current ref. And finally, we'll set the timeout ref dot current to be equal to set timeout, and we'll pass in the callback function and the delay. Let's spell it properly, timeout, and we will recall this whenever the callback or the delay change. We can also specify the type of this reference and say that it'll be a Node.js dot timeout, or maybe it'll be a null at the start. So now it'll know that this exists on it. This was supposed to be Node.js like this. Perfect. So now we can update our search command to use this new callback functionality by implementing it within a handle search function. So const handle search is going to be an asynchronous function which will run the query, or if there's no input, it'll reset it to the initial stocks. So I'll say if it's not currently in the search mode, in that case, it'll return set stocks to initial stocks that we pass as a prop. We'll then turn on the loading and we'll open up a new try and catch block. This try and catch block will also have a finally clause, because no matter whether we succeed or fail, we always want to set the loading to false at the end. In the try, we'll use the logic of fetching our stocks from the FinHub API by saying const results is equal to await search stocks, which we have to import from FinHub actions, to which you want to pass the search term dot trim. And then we can set stocks to be equal to the results. In the catch, we will simply set stocks to be equal to an empty array. And then finally, we will just stop the loading. Then we can deal with the search by creating a new function, const debounced search is equal to use debounce, which you have to import from where we created it. And to it, you pass a callback function that you want to debounce. In this case, that's the handle search function. And we want to debounce it by 300 milliseconds. So as soon as you stop typing for 300 milliseconds, it'll then wait and then make a request. Finally, I will also create a new use effect. And within it, I'll call the debounced search so that we trigger the debounce search whenever the search term changes. So you have to pass the search term right here into it. And finally, when we click on a specific stock, we want to set open to false because we want to close the dialog. We want to reset the search term, and we want to reset the stocks back to initial stocks. And that's it. Everything else should be working automatically as our input is modifying our search term, and our search term is being passed over into the debounced search term that is handling the search right here. So what do you say that we give it a shot? I'm opening up the search. For now, we can see just our current test stock, but if you start typing something like MSFT, as in Microsoft, you can see an MSFT Microsoft Corp stock. You can also type just Microsoft, and it'll open up like this. You can type Apple, and it'll give you the sticker AAPL. This means that the search is working properly. OpenAI, for example, is not yet publicly traded, so we cannot find it. But if you search for AI, there might be some other AI companies. There's also Meta and all of the other popular FANG companies. The only problem is right now that when you have nothing in the search, it's showing this one fake test stock. So let's fix that. we want to be able to fetch the initial stocks data from the server side. So we need to fetch it from the nearest server-side rendered parent component of the search command component. And that's the header. We also need to update the nav items and the user dropdown. So right here, I will create a new variable called initial stocks by calling the await search stocks functionality. Because if we don't pass a search term into it, then it'll give us the most popular stocks, and I'll make this asynchronous. So when you do this, now you can pass the initial stocks over to the nav items equal to initial stocks and also to the user dropdown. And then you can head over into the nav items and accept it. That's going to be initial stocks of a type initial stocks is stocks with watchlist status array. And then you can pass it right here into the search command. Instead of just making these up, we can pass it over from a server rendered call that'll actually give us real stocks. And finally, we can do it in the user dropdown component as well. That's the second place where we pass the initial stocks. So alongside a user, let's also accept the initial stocks of a type stocks with watchlist status array. And then right here, we're calling the nav items. So we have to pass over the initial stocks right into it. Now, to test the search feature, when you open up the search command modal, it should display the initial stock list. Perfect. This is looking amazing. Now, when you click on one of these pages, you'll be redirected to a 404 because a details page for that stock doesn't yet exist. That's one of our upcoming tasks. But more importantly, if you head over into the search command and right at the end of this li, you maybe render a star icon like this. You can still do it as a part of a link, and you'll see that it appears at the end of each one of these lines. The ultimate goal later on is to allow our users to add specific stocks to the watch list, which will then modify our daily summary updates so we can send them even more personalized stock information. More on that later. The initial goal right now is to implement the stocks details page so that when you search for the stock, you can click on it and you'll be taken to the page where you can see more info about it. For this one, let's not forget to commit. But first, navigate over to a new branch by running git checkout -b implement search git add dot git commit -m implement search stocks and then git push. Of course, you'll have to set up the upstream as well. Now you'll be able to open up a new pull request to check out all the changes that we have implemented. So let's see what CodeRabbit has to say, and then I'll be right back. And there we go. Here's the CodeRabbit PR summary. We've added a Command K stock search in navigation, also on mobile, with a Control Command K shortcut, popular stocks preloaded, debounced queries, loading states, and quick links to stock pages. And the new search replaces the previous search nav link. And if you head over to the code diff, you can see a couple of great refactor suggestions, such as matching by href instead of a label, because string labels are fragile and using the route to decide when to render the search command is much better. I completely agree with this. So you can go ahead and immediately make this change. Some other comments include removing invalid client imports of Node C because it isn't available in the browser and will break the client bundle. Is search mode, it looks like it imported is C. So we definitely want to fix this as well. I believe that's within our search command. There we go, is C. And this part was within our nav items. So if I head over into the nav items, we want to map this over by an href, which is just /search. And there's some other great refactor suggestions for type safety and just debounce cleanups, which are always good to implement. For the time being, I'll just push over those two very important fixes. And while I'm here, I'll also remove the unneeded imports. So let's go ahead and say git add dot git commit -m, make the rabbit happy, and git push. There we go, that's a good one. The changes will automatically be recognized right here, so I'll head down and merge it. Perfect. Congrats on implementing the search. And finally, let's focus on the stocks detail page. This one will be more or less very similar to what we've done in the past. We want to get access to and render a couple of TradingView widgets, such as a graph, technical analysis, and a profile for that stock. Since it's mostly UI, and we already have the logic for using and rendering TradingView charts widget, this will be another perfect lesson for a challenge or just an AI prompt. So give it a shot and try implementing this one on your own. And if you want a hint, you can see how I will prompt Junie to do it. So you can try doing it too. Let's see who's faster. The goal is to create a stocks detail page that's going to be unique for every new stock symbol. It'll be an async component, and it should have two responsive columns using a CSS grid containing two sections left and right. On the left column, we want to render these TradingView widgets, and on the right, we want to render these ones. So let's see how well it does. For this one, I'll also go ahead and turn Think More to see whether it increases the quality of the results. And there we go. In about a minute, Junie is done. How did you do? It looks like it implemented two separate pages, or one page and one component. Let's first check out the page. It added it right here under App, Root, Stocks, Symbol, and then Page, which means that it's different for every single symbol. It figured out how we have been rendering the widgets before, so it's rendering them again based off of the understanding of our entire codebase. It split it into two columns, and everything seems very promising. So if I head over to the dashboard, head over into search, and click on one of the stocks, will it actually work? Oh my God. This is actually amazing. We got a complete card right here on the top left, giving us the current price in USD, when the market closed, and all the information. Then we have a complete chart specifically for the Apple stock. We can see more info in this chart below, and we also have the complete Apple financials, including their efficiencies, cash flows, profitability, valuation, and so much more, as well as a technical analysis, where it tells us whether it's a good time to buy or to sell. This couldn't have been any better. Junie really killed it. The only thing that I mind right here is that it says Apple next to the Add to Watchlist button. So let's see where that button is. Here it is. And then here it's rendering the symbol. I don't think we need to render the symbol. Yep, because it's already rendered right here. Other than that, it absolutely killed it. And now if you want to bring this application to another level, remember those summaries we created before? Soon, you can implement the functionality to add these stocks to the waitlist so that you can always get news only for the stocks that you own or are actively tracking. Let's see if it works for some other stocks as well. For example, Microsoft. Yep, it loads well. This is great. We can see the logos right here. Amazon is here as well. Tesla, Meta, all the platforms, everything works. And for some, we even get more detailed information on where they're being traded. Now, it seems that clicking Add to Watchlist does something right now, as you can remove it, but the functionality is not quite there yet. That I'm preparing for a big final challenge for you at the end of this course. So for now, you can check out the dashboard one more time and also head over to the search and search for the details of your favorite stocks. And don't forget that using Inngest, you'll be getting daily updates to your emails about the general stock market. If you go ahead and head over into the nav items, open them up and comment out the watch list, this is already a fully finished and well-polished application. So in the next lesson, let's go ahead and deploy to the internet. To deploy our app to the internet, let's first stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then pushing all the latest changes. By running git add dot, git commit -m, implement, stock details page, and git push. Now, before pushing, I forgot to change a branch, so these changes didn't automatically go over to main. Rather, they went over to the implement search branch. So very quickly, you can open up a new PR from the implement search branch over to the main. And then since this one was very quick, you can just go ahead and merge it. Once you do that, you can head over to Vercel. Since the project is already over on GitHub, it should be able to automatically recognize the new changes. So find your repo, see that the new changes have been pushed just now, and click import. Then you can choose your project name, and you can also add your environment variables. For that, I'll head over to my .env, copy everything from here, and just paste it right here. But the only thing I'll do is change the node env from development to production, and then click deploy. This will take about a minute, and since we've implemented many changes while developing this entire application and haven't deployed it up to this point, it is highly likely and probable that something will fail. Most likely some TypeScript or ESLint checks, which are just warnings. So let's see how it goes, and then we'll fix it if needed. And as suspected, we have a couple of TypeScript errors. Back within our application, checkout back to the main branch by running git checkout main. It looks like the workspace.xml has some changes within it, but we don't care too much about those, so we can just force switch over to main. Make sure to run git pull just so you pull the latest changes, and then head over into the nextconfig.ts, add a rule for ESLint, and say ignore during builds, set it to true, and you can also add a configuration for TypeScript to ignore the build errors. That way, our builds will always run, but we will still be notified about TypeScript warnings and errors within the code. Once you do that, open up your terminal and run git add dot git commit -m, ignore ESLint and TypeScript during builds, and then run git push. This will make a push to the main branch, and back within the Vercel, the app should start rebuilding on a new deployment. Hopefully, this time it'll succeed. And there we go. In just about 50 seconds, our app is now up and running. So you can go ahead and click visit to visit it online and on the internet. I'll zoom it in just a bit, and we can go ahead and create an account in the production version of our application. But just before we do that, we also want to deploy Inngest so that we can also transfer over all of the workflow functionalities to the deployed version of our application. And best of all is that there's the Inngest official Vercel integration. So you can basically plug and play it with a single click. If you head over to Vercel, Resources, Marketplace, and search for Inngest, you'll be able to find it and install it in a single click. You can link it to an existing Inngest account and connect it. Now you can click Save Configuration, and then continue to the Inngest Vercel dashboard. Once you install it, you can click Configure right here, which will lead you to your Inngest dashboard. And then from this list, you can search for the Signalist Stock Tracker application, or whatever the name of your app is, and click Configure. Then you can turn on the project status to allow Inngest to communicate with your Vercel app, and then you can save the configuration. Now, if you head back over to your environment and click Get Started syncing your first Inngest app, you can either sync with Vercel or you can sync manually. Syncing manually is pretty easy. The only thing you have to do is find the deployed link to your application. It is this one right here. Make sure to copy yours, then paste it right here, but prepend it with https://, and then at the end, add /API/Inngest. And that'll allow you to manually sync up your application. There we go, Signalist has been added, and now when new users join through your deployed application, they'll also get a welcome notification. I'll test it out by changing my name to Adrian from prod. Also use the email that I haven't used so far, a password. We can go with any kind of a country, and you can choose those goals, tolerances, and industries at random. Let's create our account. We automatically get redirected over to the dashboard, and we can see everything we implemented within our application so far, and that is working just flawlessly. So super happy about how the app is behaving. It's super fast. There's a dashboard. You can see everything you'd ever want to look at when researching stocks. And most importantly, if you head over to your email client, you should be able to see welcome aboard, Adrian from prod, which means that Inngest is working on the production version of our application as well, super seamlessly. So if you head back over to Inngest, you'll be able to see one active Signalist application. And if you head over to event types, you can see user created, which was fired up once. Here it is. This couldn't have been any easier. Oh, and by the way, if you want to pause receiving the daily email, here's a quick way to do it. You can head over to Inngest, go to the Functions tab, and then click on the function you want to pause. From here, you can choose how you want to pause it. You can pause it immediately, then cancel after 7 days, or immediately cancel it. So that's exactly what I'll choose. With this in mind, you will no longer be receiving these emails. And overall, I couldn't be happier with how the final app has turned out. And now is the time for the final challenge. Together, we built the amazing authentication logic. We also built out the dashboard and the stock details page and the search. But now, as a final challenge for you, you can build out a watch list. So what is a watch list? Well, as a final way to make our application even more personalized, we want to give people not just a daily general summary, but a daily summary of the stocks they actually care about. So we want to create some kind of a watch list, this part on the left right here, where you can add different stocks to a list, and then in the summary, you'll be getting the info that is weighted more toward the stocks that you have in your watch list. How will you be adding them to the watch list? Well, it's super simple. It's already built in into our search bar. Remember that star at the end? You simply have to add one star button at the right of every list item. When you click it, you want to trigger a server action that'll store it in our database as a stock that's added to your watch list. Then you want to develop this page right here, which is more or less just a Shatsian table that will pool all the stocks that you're watching and display them right here. And then we'll have to modify our initial summary alert to now summarize the details about the stocks you've added to your watch list. I'm repeating myself, I know, but more or less, that's what you need to do. And the only reason I'm doing this is for you to be able to learn and understand better. See, on jsmastery.com, where we have all of our pro courses, specifically the Ultimate Next.js course, this course is filled with different challenges. For example, as soon as you head over into the application navigation, we have a left sidebar active lesson. And active lesson is like a challenge where I give you some hints of how you have to implement something with even more information on how it needs to be done, with the full task, examples, additional resources, and then even hints. And then you go ahead and implement it. That's the only way to learn actively. Very soon, we're also releasing the Ultimate Backend course, which might be even more interesting to you if you've already watched our best Next.js course on the internet, or if you want to dive deeper into the backend side of things, building scalable and modern APIs. So I'll leave the link to the waitlist down below, so if it's not out yet by the time you're watching this video, you can be notified when it actually gets released. But of course, not to leave you hanging, alongside providing you with a complete design of what actually has to be developed for this challenge, in the video kit down below, I'll give you some steps, hints, and complete challenge information that will help you develop this on your own, and then even a solution if you really cannot make it work. So check it out in the video kit. With that in mind, that's it for this video. So congratulations on coming to the end and learning so much already. This was a phenomenal build, incredibly useful and practical application, and I can't wait to teach you even more on jsmastery.com. So with that in mind, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.